Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello? Please help me. Help me. Oh my goodness. I speak. Yay! Hello, everyone. So I see that you have all found out that I have hit affiliate today. We set it up like exactly 10 minutes before stream. And somehow we are already at like a level 3 hype train. Hello, guys. I don't know how we did it because I think we were supposed to have like 3 days of streaming, and I only did one this month. Like, I think I accidentally went live when testing it one day. Like, that's it. I don't know how I got it. But thank you guys for all of the subscriptions and the cheers and the bits. Thank you all so much. Oh my goodness. Level 4 hype train. Let's go. Well, welcome in. Founder's badge, yeah. Yes, we have a Desmo. I didn't kill it. You killed it. You don't blame me for it. And thank you for the bits. J-Bone. Thank you for the bits, J-Bone. Yes, we have a bear. He is my pet, otherwise known as my husband. But yes, looky there. It's a Desmo. There we are. I really need to make him his own reactive. My model looks so clean. Thank you. Okami, hi. But what was I saying? I really need to make Desmo his own reactive. I made the little bear illustration in the corner. I think I beat my sub goal, yeah. I don't know why it's not doing the thing. I think it's glitched. Sorry, but I did beat the sub goal. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. My throat is still a little bit sore from last stream, but I am doing fine. I have some nice tea that's meant for my throat sitting right by me, and I have some cough drops, and I have a little humidifier going by me. I'll be fine. We do need a hydrate redeem, probably.
I actually think I added one of those.
You might have it. But yes, we should work on. Oh, there it is. Let me get a sippy of water. Okay. And thank you for following Visceral. Welcome to the flock. I also don't know why Streamlabs hasn't been detecting all of your subs. Redeem to sip tea. I'm gonna have to have 2 different drinks. So I do have 2 drinks, but you're lucky that I do. I've got a big Stanley cup full of water and like a squirty drink that has some caffeine in it. And I have my throat coat tea that makes me ascend whenever I drink it because my face tracking ends up dying. But hello everyone, welcome in. Oh my goodness. What we're still at a level 4 hype train. I cannot believe. No! Coat. C-O-A-T. A-T with a C. I am in fact a Stanley Cup girly. I got it
so
earlier this year, and I love it. The generic white girls have a point with some of the stuff that they like. Okay, I can't hate on it too much. That do be a high quality cup. But yes, thank you all for coming in. Both my sisters are too. Your sisters are cultured ladies. A flat stand. My goodness. Oh, welcome in, everyone. I'm sorry my goals aren't working. I like tea because I guess it's a southern thing. Yeah, it is a southern thing. Like I was in a different part of the US and I moved to the South to be with my husband. And the culture shock of the tea here was great. Their tea is so good. My goodness. Thank you all for all the subscriptions. I'm sorry that my Streamlabs isn't really picking up all the notifications, so I can't thank you individually, but thank you guys. It means the world to me.
We'll get that figured out after this one so we can actually have it working next time.
Yeah. So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna take a break on Sunday, and then for the rest of the week I will be streaming every day pretty much, so long as my voice holds up. So I will be working my butt off, keeping this train going. Bonita noche. Hello, friends. Oh yeah, Desmo just shakes violently whenever he talks now.
Violent shaking.
Yes. I really need to make him his own animated reactive. So he actually speaks instead of just, shakes. But that's a project for probably tomorrow. Maybe the background. I really love how the background looks. It's so calming. What do you guys think of the background music this time around? By the way, it's a completely different thing for both the background music and the alerts, but they were made for each other. I specifically got one that has the same instruments and was made by the same person. And they sound very similar. And they wouldn't be too distracting. Very chill. Thank you. Very, oh my goodness. Very relaxing. Makes me think of PSO. What is PSO?
Fantasy Star Online, most likely.
Oh, I see. Very tranquil. I did get my Ko-fi goal met last night for the emotes. So I will be doing a poll very soon for which emotes you guys would like to add. I don't have any on my Twitch yet, but I will be commissioning them very soon. I'm probably gonna have a few that I want to include, but I will let you guys vote on at least like 2 or 3 of them. at least that many, if not more. But I'll probably run a poll in my Discord, which I will put in the chat right now if that command works. It may not, because I could have been stupid when setting it up. But can't overstate how much I love your model. It's so good. Oh, thank you. I adore how it came out. It's so good. I love the lip sync on it specifically. Maria as a rabbit for an emo? You are evil.
I don't know. It's pretty good.
Don't misgender me.
It's pretty funny. I don't know.
Huh? Wait, what did you say?
It's pretty funny.
I wish I had a thing where I could hear you through my headphones. Cause
Pretty funny.
Oh, thank you. It was pretty funny, but also, yes, rabbit, my favorite gender. It's a spectrum of rabbithood, you know. I saw before this. Twitter's been having a field day today. I make my controversial posts as always, but man, today has been a little bit wild. Here we go. Desmo has the Discord link. There you go. Join that. We'll be posting that poll probably sometime tomorrow. If not that, the day after. But yes, Chud's story and I love seeing your guys' funky usernames. It cracks me up. Hello, hope you're doing good. We're doing great, Chud's story. And how do you come up with a nickname like that? That's my question. Hello, how are you today? I'm doing great. A wee bit tired since I woke up at like 6 a.m. today. And I only got like a teensy weensy nap right before stream. But we're doing great. You guys keep me up, keep me aware, and also I have caffeine. So we're fine. My nickname is my first Xbox gamer tag. Master Raven 409. You must be you're either really into poetry or you're rather edgy. Either way, we love you. If y'all are near me, double date with Ziva and I. Maybe. I don't know. I don't give out my location all that easy. There are a couple of my VTuber friends who know. Particularly Celeste. Edgy poetry, yeah. That too. My daddy helped me come up with one when I used to run a political Instagram account called Right Wing Gator 777. Then renamed it to God Fearing Gator. Ooh. That's a good story. Quit Politigram, then used it for everything else. Listen, I'm gonna be real. I have never used Instagram for basically anything. Like, I used Facebook once upon a time, but I've never used Instagram. And I'm starting up this VTuber thing. I want to, hit as many bases as I can. So I'm trying to figure out how Instagram works, but I'm kind of stupid. I don't understand it. Like, it takes me a decent while to figure out like these social media platforms, like even Twitch. I had a couple issues figuring out how this platform even works, because in my past life I basically only ever used YouTube and maybe Twitter for my streams. So the main reason I didn't use Twitch is because I was afraid of being canceled and my account just going bye-bye and losing all of my progress on my streaming career. But, you know, we're taking the risks nowadays. You lived a pure life, I envy you. Vine is coming back soon. I would pay to see that. I would pay to see that.
Vine was pretty cool.
Vine boom, vine boom, vine boom. Twitter is always waiting to cancel someone. I've already been canceled on Twitter. Like, I am on so many VTubers hit lists now simply because of the one lewd tubing tweet that I made.
Yeah, calling it out.
I legit got people like telling me to crash my car into a tree over that one. There was one dude who said my lips deserve to be cut off and thrown into a deep fryer. So, you know I'm doing something right. Yeah, risk-taking gangster Goral. Yes. Sounds about right? Yeah. Why would anyone want you on their hit list? Because I tell the truth. And people really do not like the truth. People really do not like being told that they are in fact wrong, even if it's done in the most respectful manner possible. I've been called a white supremacist. Yeah. I find it so funny whenever people go and call Celeste a white supremacist on Twitter. I'm just sitting there being like, they have zero idea that she's actually Latina. Like, it cracks me up every time they scream white supremacist at someone who's not even white. I somehow, on this account, have not been called a white supremacist yet.
Give it time.
We'll change that tomorrow. We'll work on that.
Oy.
They really just like to throw insults left and right like children. They don't even need to make sense. Like, I got called a liberal. I got called a liberal because I didn't like lewd tubing. Or what was it? Maybe it was the one about pornography? Yes, such a liberal opinion to have. Thank you for the Prime subscription. Yeah, it makes no sense. They
Thank you,
I've been told that I probably have a nose ring IRL quite a few times. That's a weirdly popular insult. I've been told that my opinions on pornography and you know, promiscuity in general, I only have those because I in fact do not get any. My husband would have words to say about that one.
Not exactly something we need to talk about here, but you know.
Either way, but yes, they will just throw out the most nonsensical insults as long as they think it has the chance of hurting your feelings. Yeah, but takeover pornography is 100% facts. Yeah. Like, it's so funny. There were several people in the comments who were like, at Grok, fact check this tweet. And it's like, yeah, here's like that actually came up for these things. Like, some of them are like, what was it? Correlative evidence. But like every single one had at least something to kind of back it up. And they're like, actually, it doesn't count. It doesn't count. I've learned just not to express my opinions on the internet. I don't have the energy for it. It really takes a certain kind of person to interact with that kind of dialogue, especially with people who have the emotional emotional wherewithal of toddlers. That's not even an insult. Like, some of these people were not taught to manage their emotions in a healthy way, so they just treat it like children. It's really, really mentally draining sometimes, yeah. Like, even me, that first day with the lewd tubing tweet, like, I had to take a break. Like, I had to take a day where I just decompress. Because, like, while I did get a lot of support and a lot of people saying, yeah, so true and based, I got at least, one to like half of the people were just dogpiling. I got blocked so many times by VTubers who I've literally never interacted with. Oh, nah, a white liberal? No way. Don't ban me, it's a joke. Oh my goodness. People are tough on the internet because they haven't been punched in the mouth. Well, I am a pacifist. Don't punch people in the mouth for just saying mean things to you. Physical force is okay when defending yourself from physical harm or people who make threats. But otherwise, I think we leave it at simple disagreements if they can also leave it at that. Don't go punching people. I only do it if they get up in my face. As long as they don't put hands on me. I mean, St. Nicholas punched a heretic. Yeah, but he probably had it coming. Should see PlayStation fanboys losing their minds over Xbox sending out tweets trolling them. Bring back duels, absolutely. Like, I don't know why we got rid of duels in the first place. I think that it should be exceedingly legal to get two people to sign contracts saying I consent to a duel where I can be harmed and killed to defend my ideologies. And that's how all politicians fight. Like real men. You wanna have your bill go through the house? Duel me, bro. You're describing Battleground? Yes. It's like being 14 again, but so much worse. All states should be Battleground states. Yes.
Real.
They do stuff like that in MMA gyms, sort of.
Oh, that's
I need to get more into watching like MMA. I've watched a MMA, which is armored MMA, and it's basically just guys in big big suits of armor who fight each other in a ring, and it's so cool, dude. It's so cool. I love it. I will legit drag my friends into VR chat just to like sit them down in front of a TV and and just watch AMMA with them. We should steer away from duels. Listen, if they can't handle defending their beliefs from behind a gun and in front of a gun, then maybe they don't believe in their beliefs that much. It's just saying. Too much risk. Would you ever take classes for that, for self-defense? I would. I don't know how good I would be at it. I think. Are we continuing Q&A? Probably not. I wanna read tonight. Puts on a powdered wig. This is a pure Asmongold. Take it. I love it. Thank you. My room is cleaner, but thank you. Maybe back a little later. Gotta eat and have a good rest. Oh, good rest of your stream. Sheep person, thank you. It's so funny.
That's some good food, Light.
I had somebody on Twitter today say to one of my tweets, so based, goat and or ram woman. And I'm like, neither of those are correct. Neither of them are correct. You got it wrong twice. Don't worry about being good at self-defense. Just worry about learning techniques and skills. Maybe. I'm not much of a fighter on account of my ribcage being held together by metal wires. It's probably healed a good bit, but like I don't want to risk getting punched in the chest and just my ribcage cracking. So while I do like, fighting, the idea of it as a sport, couldn't be me. I gotta hydrate. My throat is getting a little bit sore. I am a cyborg. I do be a little bit of a cyborg. I got enhancements. She watched the movie Tombstone and learned the line, "I'm your huckleberry."
I'm your huckleberry.
What? I don't know that one. I never heard of it. Desmo probably might know the movie. He's a lot more cultured than I am. Myers, how many? I don't know exactly, but I do get stopped like every single time I go through TSA. Like they see it on the little scanner thingy. Cause like, why does this woman have a bunch of metal on her chest? Let me see what's happening with that. Familiar, pretty young when I saw it in pieces. Val Kilmer was robbed of an Oscar for Tombstone. Oh. I didn't get anything. But yes. Today we will be reading a very lovely book called I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist.
Ad.
Huh? Oh, ad. That's okay. With all the subs they got, pretty much a decent amount of people can still hear me. I don't think you get... I know. It's only a minute. It's only a minute. I'm only still yapping anyways. I'm sorry, with the affiliate comes ads still. Yes, I'm sorry. Well, today we'll be reading ads. Anyways, Raid Shadow Legends. Have you guys heard of it? Is the new hot new mobile game. I've legally not tied to Raid Shadow Legends in any way. For legal purposes, this is a joke. I am not associated with Raid Shadow Leggings in any way, shape, or form. This is a joke in Minecraft in a game. Wrong ad spelling. The trade-off to getting affiliate, yeah. That was writing the Batman. It would have been great with better writing. Buy a Ridge wallet. LMAO, JK not sponsored. A witch ad? Burn them. In Minecraft. As a former witch, paganism is cringe. Very cringe.
Well, I mean, you dabbled. You didn't actually.
I did dabble. I wasn't probably considered like a full-fledged witch, but like it wasn't too far off either. Any plans to stream on Kick? Maybe. We'll have to see how. I just saw your username, Chud Neo. But yes, I think I do have a Kick account. I may have made one.
And we're back.
We are so back. Hello. I am not a goat. I am a sheep. I am very much not a goat. We're supposed to keep those separate, remember? Beep beep sheep sheep, yes. Kudu was the worst Batman.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't like Adam West. He's just a little too goofy for me. He's good in like a cheesy sense. Really? Where's all your wool? I got all this hair. Look. This is all wool. I just iron it out before every stream. Sheep and goat is part of the ram family. Yes, but we're supposed to keep them separate. Everyone hates my pick. Hank Hill boss in chat. I don't think we make those kind of boss. Yes, I am a Jewish tuber. I'm old now. I've grown to like Schumer's Batman.
Schumacher.
George Reeves' best Superman. I don't have a lot of opinions on superheroes. I'm too much of a girl. I'm just a girl. Yeah. But as I was saying before, we got yeah, Goku's the best. That one I can agree with. I've watched Dragon Ball. Chudney. I shall take a drink for you, my friends. It looks funny when I do
Can
it.
confirm she drank the drink.
The face rigging. More hydrate.
Another one.
Oh
Another
my
one.
goodness. Stop it. You're going to drown me. I'm going to drown. Still watching Bleach, by the way. You could never get me to watch one of those animes. It's like a billion episodes long. That's gone on for like 10 plus years. Oh my goodness, stop hydrating me. I'm fine. I've got water.
Another one.
I've got water. I promise. I am hydrated. Please stop. Posture check. Okay, let me fix my sitting. No, stop.
Boom.
I'm gonna have to take a
Another
pee
one.
break. If you keep making me do this.
She drank the drink. I can
Please
confirm.
stop. I do not need more hydration, I promise. I promise you I don't. Drink some water while I straighten my back. Baptize the sheep. No. Oh my goodness, stop. I do not need water. I'm just naturally pale, please. I'm gonna run out of water.
Don't worry, I'll get you more.
I can't even get more tea because our kettle has been like flipping the breaker whenever we use it. Oh my goodness. I do not need more hydration. I'm good. I'm good. Please. Just don't do something quick. Please. No more water.
More hydration.
This was beginning on me about drinking too much water. You guys, stop.
I will do something. I will absolutely watch to make sure she drinks the water.
Why? What did I do to deserve this? A watery death. Oh my gosh, just stop.
I'll see about adjusting the settings.
I am hydrated enough, I promise. I'm drinking my water, okay? I'm feeling it was a mistake. Celestium collab when soon.
Yeah.
I'm trying to set up a collab with her to talk about women's wrongs. She's crying, quick rehydrator. No! Y'all are gonna run out of points. Are we waterboarding this sheep practically?
That's pretty funny.
No! Stop! Stop! I'm gonna drown!
You'll be fine. I'll figure out how to put it on cooldown. Until then.
I need a cool... We made the mistake of having no cooldown. War crimes. It's actually a baptism. Oh, no. I actually haven't been baptized yet. I need to do that. I just haven't found a good time for it. I feel like I need to make it special somehow. Never a war crime the first time. No! Why do you keep doing it to me? And the second that I give you guys any kind of power, you abuse it. Somehow you have weaponized my own water. I'm going to resent Mr. Stanley and his cups for my whole life now. And there are more water. My stomach is going to pop. Please. But yes. I need to get baptized sometime soon. I just don't know how to go about doing it, to be honest with you. Like, who do I even contact about that? Like, how do I make sure it's not something that, you know, either isn't special enough or is used as, like, I don't know, some kind of show instead of like an actual display of my dedication to Christ. When do we get to the baptism? This is the baptism.
Alright, I think I got it adjusted.
Chud Story and Chud Neo. Yeah, it's almost like you two are like lost brothers. I think that's my code.
Welcome in, Blackjack.
I hope you have life insurance. Do I have life insurance?
Yes, actually you do.
Okay, we're good. If I die, If I die of overhydration from you guys, Desmo's set for life.
No. It's only the other way around. If I die, you're set for life. Other way around.
No. We need to hydrate Desmo then. There needs to be a hydrate Desmo routine. Drowning insurance. Why didn't I think of adding that before streaming? Oh, thank you for the sub, Green Luck. Gonna have to get with your husband about that and rape thoroughly in the word. Yeah. I forgot you were streaming today. Well, hello. Egged Geese. Welcome in. I can't see or hear you because my internet stinks. I am stuck on data. Oh, I see. Oh. That went by way too fast. Good evening and God bless, Maria. We have just wrapped up Bible studies, so we're here to support you. Oh, thank you, Volt. Thank you, guys. Also, I can sing. I can sing a little bit. I'm not professional by any means.
I like when she sings. Man, you should hear the karaoke.
But I've done karaoke in the past. Yeah, we finished Bible study. It's called stream insurance. That's used whenever something happens while you're streaming. Yeah. I need that. Where do I get that? Don't let her fib. She's got a blessed voice. Maybe. I need to work on it. I've considered like professional training if I ever get, big in the VTubing scene, because it's a fairly common thing for VTubers to sing, I guess. I want to be able to rock the karaoke streams, and also maybe do like an original song sometime. Oh, thank you for the sub, Bino Marti. Whoever you were, thank you. I do also do multi-stream to YouTube. You can watch streams, yes. Bashed. You and Celeste should sing gospel songs together, maybe. Hi, Shivi. Hello, Cryo. Welcome in. But yes, I am going to do... Do you have a dance redeem? I do not have a dance redeem.
Not yet.
My model looks a little bit funky doing any kind of dances. And I think it may be a little bit distracting from the stuff that I want to end up doing. I think my face is entertaining enough. Most likely. If I need dances, maybe I'll add them. But for now, we're all good. That's the fun part. I told you I was going to be one of your first subs, Miss Maria. Oh, yes, you are. Thank you so much for all of your support. Green Luck has been one of the ones who's been so hyped from the beginning. It's been awesome seeing someone be so passionate about my VTubing career. I gave you my Bezos bucks this month. Well, thank you. Thank you for the Prime sub, Volt. You guys are awesome. But yes, I do need to get some emotes for my chat. I wanna have at least one praying one. Maybe me holding a little heart. Some of those. Do you guys have any recommendations for what emotes you guys would actually use? Like what expressions? Because I want to make sure that I not only have like good looking ones or like funny ones, but I want to make sure you can actually use them. How was the debut stream? I couldn't make it. It was amazing.
Yeah.
I somehow got like
198 topped out at.
Yeah, around 150 concurrent viewers most of the time. Like, I think I dipped below 100
Right at the end.
maybe once.
Right at the end.
And that was close to the end of the stream where I was like wrapping things up. Like, it was amazing. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I was getting thirsty. Might need a lurk one. A woman one. Between the... Oh my gosh, just stop hydrating. In the the previews of all of the emotes that I can get from the person that I want to commission, there is one of, you know, the character that is sipping on like a cup of coffee. I kind of want that one. So it's like that meme of the women slurping coffee meme. I want that one.
Straight out of Tift.
Okay, two more hydrations.
I limited it, but I kept it just enough for people to kind of, you know, throw them out there.
Okay. How are you doing? I'm doing great. I'm very hydrated. I feel like I'm drowning, but that's fine. My body is probably thanking me. I will most definitely need to take a pee break at some point in the future. What kind of stream stuff do you want your channel to be? I want to focus on discussing apologetics, mainly. Do I need to run to the bathroom? You guys are just gonna speed run the Twitch potty break. Is that your goal with the hydrates?
Uh-oh, is my mic not going through?
Emotes for pray, heart, raid, hydrate, dance, lurk, happy, sad, mad, shy, food, confused, and waving. I don't think that I have that many slots. I may after today. I think you unlock like emote slots with I think it's
the subs might
Yeah, I may have hit that. So we will see just how many emotes we can add. I know I don't know what the maximum is. But I will at least try to get a couple in there. I may not be able to get a whole bunch, but your constant harassment of the female gender makes me sick. I get that reference. We're gonna game for Jesus on your channel. I don't plan to do a lot of gaming, personally.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's with 10 with subs, I believe. Water's out of stock of my hands. Yeah, please don't drown me. I promise I'm not going to dehydrate. I promise. These hydrates are making me feel like I have to go soon. Thank you for the Prime subscription. I can talk now. Hi! Welcome in, Dead Sprung. But yes, I don't plan on doing a lot of gaming. At most, I will maybe play some Friend Swap on occasion for collabs with people. But number one, I'm not very good at gaming. I'm terrible at like any shooter or platformer. Chud Story, and thank you for the Prime subscription. W subs, y'all killing it. Absolutely. You guys are way too nice to me. I deserve none of this support, but you guys do it anyways. You're amazing. I couldn't ask for better fans, to be honest. How you get better at anything is practice. I'm not good at gaming. I have severe skill issues.
I have to disagree to some degree. You're quite good at Mario Kart.
I'm good at Mario Kart, but like I don't even have the new one, and it's a little bit difficult to hook up my Switch at the moment. You good at life sim games? Probably not. I just kill everything.
That's
But
isn't going through very good.
does everyone have Prime? Sheesh. I don't know a lot of people who don't have an Amazon Prime subscription, to be honest. Like it's kind of a necessity nowadays. It's such a good deal that you're doing yourself a disservice by not having it. I'm a botist. Yes, you are. We are proud botists here. I can't wait to put out merch and have a please be patient, I have bautism hat for you guys to wear in public. That way people can know that you're based IRL. That's what makes you a real and relatable person. It's refreshing to see new player experience things for the first time. Yeah, on occasion I'll do collabs with people. I know me and Samson were playing stuff like Deltarune and also Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. We were working through that. I was helping him go through Pokemon Infinite Fusion, but mainly I'm in the backseat. I'm a backseat gamer.
Deltarune, Undertale with Gato.
Yeah, I've also played Undertale with Contron. My thing is I prefer things where I'm mostly just like I'm mostly voice act. That's my thing. I'm there to sit and watch and say a couple lines. Posture check. Yes. Okay, let me unscrunch myself. This is your first stream? This is not my first stream. My first stream was yesterday.
That's my bad. I gotta fix the tag.
Oh. Yeah, you do gotta fix the tag. Oh, there we go. A hydrate is back. I am now not dying of dehydration. Thank you, guys. I work at Amazon, so it's everywhere for me. Oh, you poor thing. I'm so sorry. I hope you have a well for all this water. Yeah. Desmo is muted on stream. He can switch from
no, it's having some
muted
issues,
to
I think.
unmuted. Huh?
Having some issues on my end.
I guess it's having issues. I did not know. I got you covered, sis. Well, thank you. I would have dehydrated and died by now if it weren't for you guys. If a pretty girl recognizes the I have a please be patient, I have autism hat, she's waifu material. You know what? Very true. You guys gotta water the sheep. Please, no more baptisms. I promise that I am hydrated. But yes, I want to have a lot of merch for you guys at some point. I'm really looking forward to making that. I need to figure out what places I want to use to make it. A baptism time. Shut up. You guys are so cheesy. I do not look thirsty. Twitter's been saying that for a while, please.
Fix the tag.
Are the tags fixed?
Yeah.
Yippee! Just make sure she drinks it so her fluff doesn't get wet. Bathroom break. Cool. I found you via that controversial post on pornography. I'm agnostic atheist, but I absolutely agree with you there. Yeah, it's the amount of copium underneath some of those posts is astounding. The cooldown for hydrate, this is blasphemy. How long is the cooldown, Desmo?
How many minutes did I say that to? 5-10 minutes?
5-10 minutes. I'm sorry. Desmo's trying to kill me by making sure I don't have enough water.
5 minutes.
You blame him. It's now 5
Everyone
minutes.
gets 3 of them.
Everyone gets 3. Is it like 3 per stream? 3 per day?
3 per stream.
3 per stream. Okay. Use your hydrates well. Clearly, we need other redeems.
Absolutely. I just had to
Yeah.
be last minute because we just got affiliate like an hour.
Yeah, we just got affiliate like 10 minutes before starting the stream. So like we had nothing planned. Like it's in favor of that hydrate button should be renamed Bob. Jason.
That would be pretty funny.
Funny enough, I was just watching videos earlier today. TTS redeem next maybe. I have an idea for that. I am working on a little mascot for you guys. And I'm making it myself. And hopefully I will be able to make him speak TTS messages. And I want to have some redeems eventually for you to change his cosmetics. So I want to give him like funny little t-shirts and stuff. And I made one. We are gonna be sheeple, yes. Does it hold a flag that says hydration? I will give him a hydration t-shirt just for you guys. Just for you guys. Maybe we do like a monthly vote on a new t-shirt design. That'd be funny. But for now, I have at least one t-shirt. Dang it, the hydrates. Well, that's I see the timers run out on the hydrate. Is your mascot gonna be the Discord profile picture, perhaps? It is not, but it's not entirely too dissimilar either. I suppose I could show you guys what I've been cooking. It's possible. Would you guys like to see if I can pull it up? Also, hello, Melly. Hi, welcome in. Would you guys like to see a sneak peek of my design for you? your mascot. Oh, thank you for the gifted sub. Sweet roll, thank you. Sneak peek, yes, please, let her cook. Okay.
Let's switch over to the...
Let me pull up. Let me pull up my art program.
You do that, I'll switch over to the overview.
Okay, let me open it. I need to try and
30
find
minutes?
it
What?
first.
I guess it's been another 30 minutes.
Oh, are we in an ad?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll wait to reveal it after the ad.
I guess the ad's been another 30 minutes.
I have a couple things to fix on it anyways. I promise I won't do it without you guys. It's so cluttered. I don't know what I'm doing. Apologies for being a little bit quiet while I'm trying to figure this out. A lot of you are in ads anyways. I'm trying to figure out these layers.
Bro, the edge got longer. What?
But I do have it pulled up. Oh, thank you guys.
We'll switch it over once the ad ends. About
Okay.
35-ish seconds.
Gotcha. I think this may be an older version
Not sure
of
my
this
microphone's not working.
project.
It's showing up in
So it's a little bit disorganized.
Streamlabs.
Got boiled peanuts today. Wow. I've never had boiled peanuts.
All right, we're back. Let's switch over.
We are so back.
Ready?
It's very messy so far because I'm very disorganized.
Ready, love?
Please don't judge too harshly. It's still very much a work in progress. Gabe, thank you for the sub. Ads done. Here we go. Let's see if we can't pull up the screen. This is a new screen for you guys. And we are so back. Is that the myth Gabriel Gratia in chat? Yes. Fun fact, Gabe is a distant relative of me. A distant relative according to our last names. Cause Gratia is Grace in Spanish, isn't it? We're related in lore. But it isn't showing up on stream. Yeah, apparently it's having tech issues.
Well, it's
it's not a VTuber stream without some stuff.
On your PC because we've been running on mine. We're on a dual setup.
Huh?
We need to not change certain setting.
You're too picky.
No.
I change what I like.
You mess things up when you do that, love.
I am a little bit of a stinker though.
Right. I'm gonna have to add a new source now.
Man, this doesn't look as good as it does. Darn it, the hydrates. Please stop. I'm out of water. I'm gonna have to start drinking my tea. The tea that makes me ascend.
Not a bad one.
There we go. Oh, now it's just Desmo.
I have taken over everything.
He's taking over my stream. My goodness. Desmo jump scare. This is exactly like Five Nights at Freddy's.
Ready.
But yes, it's pretty messy because I got the arms and stuff, and the coloring needs to be adjusted. All that jazz. But this is the prototype. Thank you. I drew it myself. Did I miss a reading? No, not yet. We haven't gotten to it. But we will after this. I want a plushie pronto. I would love to make this into a marketable plushie. Yeah, the Jerusalem cross on the little bell there. I want to give him little wings You'll probably be able to see it. Yeah, that's a lot clearer without the colors. That's the prototype. I really like how he turned out. He's so cute. This is the Bautism mascot. I don't know exactly what to name him. Prototype Bautist. Yes. I don't know if you just want to call him, Little Lamb or Bautist, or if you guys can come up with like a better name. That's also really rad. But yes, there is there is the prototype. I hope you love him as much as I love him. But I will be working on him in the future. Sean the sheep. I think that's already taken. What about Lammy? Maybe. I think that's also taken. Larry the Lamb. Good ideas.
We lamb.
I want to see if I can't give him the signature Bautism hat. That would be pretty rad. But I do have a little... I have a little thing here. I give him t-shirts. So I can just kind of print on whatever I want on him. I give him a littler bell for the t-shirt so it doesn't cover up as much on it, so you can see it. But yes, I will be putting a bunch of funny t-shirts on him, like lactose tolerant or women fear me. Like those kinds of like stupid t-shirts that you find on Amazon. I really want those. Give him the hat, yes. I will see exactly how many cosmetics I can give the little lad. But yes, this will be you. Women fear me. But yes, this is you. It's literally you, guys. Eventually we should have some like emotes featuring him as well. It's literally you guys. He's just like what was it? Not right. Ryan Gosling. Ryan Gosling, but marketable plushie. But I am working on getting it set up for you in a way. Or just Bob. Maybe. Bob the Bautist. Not today, Satan. That's a good one. Oh, thank you for the subscription. A dude named Tree. Thank you. But yes, I'm so excited to getting this. So I want him to be able to say your TTS messages. I don't know exactly what voice to give him. I don't know whether it would be funnier to give him like a little baby voice or like the deepest man voice in the world. Like have him sounding like Uber Marshall. I think it would be hilarious. But I don't know which one you guys would prefer. I give him the baby voice, high and squeaky. Wait, Bob, I vote for this one. Bobby? Maybe. It's just Bobby. Man voice Giga Chad. Use the 40k Agron voice. Do you hear the voices too? Bobby. Dang it, Bobby. Yes, the Uber Marshall VA, the sheep. Dang it, Bobby.
Dang it, Bobby.
Yes, that's a good runner-up. Please, baby sheepy voice, British. Bobby Hill voice would be peak. That sheep ain't right, I tell you what. If you have nephews or little ones, you could ask one of them to voice it. I do live with my nephew. Posture check. Uber Marshall would be perfect. We'll have to do a poll. Wait, we can do a poll now. We can actually do Twitch polls. Desmo, do you want to handle that?
Do I want to?
Would you?
Give me a minute. I was working on some other things.
Yippee! I can probably do it too.
You could.
If you don't mind me being a little bit quiet for a second while I focus on it. You'll get it?
You focus on
okay.
yapping.
Yeah, I need a poll on whether to have baby voice or like Giga Chad voice. Deep Giga Chad voice. I'd be happy to voice it for you, sis, with many of my different voices. I don't know how difficult it is to make a synthetic voice. I don't know what the process for making like a voice bank is. Why am I a sheep? Like, if I could, I totally would get Uber Marshall to actually voice the little sheepy guy and say all of my TTSs. I think it would be great. Especially if he looks like this. I feel like he would never get over just how degrading it would be. I could show you how to set up TTSAI and Tangia? How do you pronounce that? Nah, boy, right, I tell you what. My goodness, you guys are funny. Let's hope we never find the lamb sauce.
Lamb sauce.
Where's the lamb sauce? Blah. Say something silly, Bobby. Actually, Dad, I have something serious on my mind today. Do we have a poll up?
No, I had to get the Elgato back up. I have fires I have to put out, my love.
That's fair. So many sheep sayings that you can use. There are a lot of sheep puns. Let me see if I can't do the poll real quick. Because I'm really interested in seeing exactly what you guys want. Because we can do either a baby voice or Giga Chad. Maybe we can switch in between.
Okay.
Perhaps.
Yeah, okay. Polls. What was the question? What's the question?
Okay.
What's the question? What are we polling here?
Okay. Desmo's got it. What voice do we want for the mascots? Do we want it to be a deep voice or a baby voice? It'd be pretty bad if we didn't have the poll yet. There's probably gonna be like a compilation of a thank you for the bits. But there's probably gonna be a compilation at some point of me just saying "bah" for all of the puns that I'm gonna be saying over my career. Deep for sure, it'd be fun. clean gangsta. But yes, we'll see about making like polls in my Discord for shirt designs that you want, or maybe other cosmetics like maybe hats or.
Poll is up.
Poll is up. Yes, we have a poll. Oh, 7 my fellow contrast enjoyers. Oh, Deep Voice is winning. Baby Voice enjoyers are molding. And Baby Voice doesn't win, can we switch in between?
Actually,
when whoever wants to use TTS.
yeah.
If I can figure out how, maybe.
Having it to where like the person who submits the TTS could choose the voice between like the two different options would actually be pretty solid, if possible.
Deep Voice is winning more now that I got involved.
Freedom of choice would be very great.
Yeah, freedom of choice would be pretty good. I would love to get Uber Marshall to voice my mascot. If he could, that would be amazing. I feel like he would have a lot of fun with it as well. Do both Happy Sheep Baby Voice, everything else Deep Voice. What have you done?
Little sheep bob.
Oh, lovely. More...
Lovely more what?
More hydrate. I have to drink my
Little
tea
sheep
again.
bob be like, I want my money.
Uber sheeple, yeah.
I still have to figure out what's
We
going
could
on
go
with
deep.
my microphone.
Could Uber Marshall do it? I'm gonna try and see if we can't get him to do a TTS voice for us. I would be so happy having that happen. Chibi Chaba with a deep voice would be so funny. Hi, Frosty. Welcome in.
I'm gonna switch back to the other screen real quick.
Hello, everyone. But I'm glad you really like the design. Maybe we can get a plushie of this bad boy later. That would be amazing. But let's try actually reading that book. How about that?
That would be good.
The thing that I said I was going to do an hour and a half ago. But I want to read you one of my favorite books on apologetics. It's called I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist.
Can we hear me now, by the way? Am I back in?
Chat, can you hear Desmo? Can you guys hear
Cool,
Desmo?
I fixed it.
You fixed it! Barely.
Well, I can fix the barely part.
That's
The fact I can be heard at all.
That's a pun.
That should adjust it right there. You can probably hear me even better now.
But yes, I have the book up. We can probably prop the windows so you don't see all of my things down there. Might make it look a little bit cleaner.
Let's raise that up a little bit more and we should be good.
Yeah. Should have everything good to go. Yeah, Deep Voice is very much winning. I'm sorry, Baby Voice enjoyers. Maybe one day.
Well, no, I think it'd be good to have a freedom of choice option if we can, at least at some point. Where you can have the, whoever submits it.
I looked up the book, and the first thing I saw was a post on r/atheism demolishing the book as a disgusting Christian strawman meant to indoctrinate. LOL. That's how you know it's a good book. That's how you know it's valid. A fantastic recommendation if I've ever seen one. Please, freedom of choice. I will try. No guarantees, but I will try. I promise. Deep Voice 1. Atheism is peak cringe. Maybe one day for stream we dive into r/atheism, just to take a look and laugh hysterically at them.
Well, I don't want to be too mean-spirited, but
Default shape is the starting part, but redeem for small voice? Maybe a redeem for that. Actually, before I start reading, I'm gonna take a potty break. You guys have hydrated me enough that I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break to go pee and also get more water because I'm sure I will need it. So I will see you guys in exactly 5 minutes. So hold on tight. Get your own potty break. Desmo, see if you can't force an ad break while the BRB screen is up. That way we're all set to go without interruptions for a good while. But yes, I will be right back. See you guys in 5 minutes. It happens every time. Every time. Am I back? Hello, hello, can you hear me? Okay, we're back. We're so back. We are back. But yes, if we can, we should make the screener a little bit smaller. That way my big ol' head and the and the chat box isn't covering up any text.
What am I doing?
Switch over the make the box for the book just a wee bit smaller. That way my head and the text box isn't covering anything up. Could use prayers for my brother-in-law's mom. Could be going to the father soon. Oh my goodness. Yeah, of course. It would also be good to have it below the box there. Yeah. Lord, I pray that you help out your daughter in this time of tribulation, that she may hold fast in her family, takes comfort in you, no matter how hard times get, and no matter the outcome. We pray for healing, but if that's not in your will, then we pray for comfort. I'm sorry. I'm really not that good at prayer. I try, but I need practice. But yes, I very much do hope that your brother-in-law's mother is comforted in this time, no matter the outcome. Absolutely. You pray for them too, chat. She sadly doesn't know Christ, I think. I pray she does. She got double pneumonia. Or however you spell it. Fluids in her lungs, yeah. Well, God is very much a miracle worker. Things we may think are, not that likely or not possible are very possible for him. We just have to keep her in our prayers and pray that she knows the Lord before she passes, whether that be soon or later. Definitely hope it's later. Yeah, pneumonia sucks. Yeah. But I sincerely hope for the best for her. But let's get into this book reading, shall we? Forward. As one who came to Christ after years of skepticism, I have a particular affection for Christian apologetics. It is one of my passions. There is an abundance of evidence for the reliability of Scripture, for the authority of the Bible as the inspired Word of God, and that the Bible accurately portrays the historical events it covers, including the earthly life of Jesus Christ. Indeed, powerful and convincing proof exists that Christianity is the one true religion, that the triune God who reveals himself in its pages is the one and only God of the universe, and that Christ died for our sins so that we may live. Amen. Proof, of course, is no substitute for faith, which is essential to our salvation and for our communion with God. Nor is the study of apologetics disrespectful to our faith. Rather, it augments it, informs it, bolsters it, and reinvigorates it. or otherwise, the Bible would say, always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope you have. 1 Peter 3:15. I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist is the best single book I've seen to prepare believers to give the reasons for their faith, and for skeptics who are open to the truth. This book will serve as an indispensable evangelism tool, especially when dealing with non-believers with intellectual obstacles to the faith. As we know, the intellectual obstacles are usually just an excuse for non-believers. When you remove the substance of their excuse, they are left naked to confront the real obstacles, their real demons. But I believe there's another important reason for the scriptural mandate to be prepared to give an answer. It's not just to help us efficiently communicate the Gospels. Being prepared will also arm us with the tools to resist certain nagging doubts that we encounter in moments of weakness. It will, because it marshals the evidence for Christianity, fortify our faith. Who can doubt that we need to be better equipped with the evidence, whether it help us better evangelize or to strengthen our own faith? As if the temptations of the flesh weren't enough for us to contend with, we are also confronted daily with negative external influences. In modern times, these influences have grown increasingly sinister and insidious, as the Bible warned they would. In times past, non-believers had to decide whether Christianity was the one true religion, whether any of them were true, or whether God existed at all. But they generally were not saddled with the burden of determining whether there was such a thing as truth. Our postmodern culture has done a number on the idea of truth. It teaches that truth and morality are relative, that there is no such thing as absolute truth. To the intellectual elite dominating our universities, the mainline media, these ideas are considered enlightened and progressive, even though we all intuitively understand that absolute truth exists. And more importantly, we all conduct our lives with that recognition. If you encounter one of these geniuses who is so certain that truth is a social construct defined by the powerful to remain in power, ask him if he would be willing to test his theory by leaping from the tallest building around. You might also want to quiz him on the law of non-contradiction. Ask him whether he believes that two contrary things can be true at the same time. If he has an intellectual dishonesty to say yes, ask him how certain he is that absolute truth does not exist. Can he be absolutely certain? Yes, truth is a casualty of our popular culture. And when truth goes, the authority of the gospel is undermined because the gospel tells us about the truth. We can see evidence of this everywhere today. The modern notions of tolerance and pluralism are a direct result of the culture's assault on truth. Liberal secularists insist that tolerance is the highest virtue, but they don't tell you what they mean by tolerance to them. Tolerance does simply involve treating those with different ideas respectfully and civilly. It means affirming their ideas as valid, which Christians can't do without renouncing their own beliefs. If, for example, you subscribe to the biblical prohibition on homosexual behavior as sinful, you cannot at the same time affirm that such behavior is not sinful. The postmodern secularist doesn't have to confront these questions because he rejects the idea of absolute truth and the law of non-contradiction. He can just go on his merry way moralizing to everyone about tolerance and never having to explain his intrinsic contradictions on his views. The tolerance peddlers are further exposed as frauds when you consider that they simply will not practice what they preach, at least towards those annoyingly stubborn Christians. They are absolutely unwilling to tolerate the Christian premise that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. For them to acknowledge this would necessarily refute their concept of tolerance, which holds that all ideals are of equal merit. And their infinite resourcefulness, they carve out an exception to the demand for universal tolerance when it comes to their treatment of Christians. To them, Christianity's exclusive truth claims are simply beyond the pale, so bad as to disqualify Christians from receiving tolerance from others. One secularist university administrator, for instance, disciplined a conservative professor for exposing her class to literature from a Christian viewpoint, which included an article about how teachers should approach homosexuality. The administrator exclaimed, "We cannot tolerate the intolerable." You see, it's fairly easy for these types to accentuate themselves from their indefensible positions. They simply move the goalposts, talk about defining truth for power. But the Christians believe that theirs is the one true religion doesn't make them intolerant of others or disrespectful of their own right to believe and worship how they choose. Our modern culture is woefully confused about these distinctions, and they use the Christians' confidence in their own belief system to paint Christians as intolerant of others with different belief systems. Nothing could be more inaccurate. Besides, for the record, Christianity isn't the only religion with exclusive truth claims. All major religions have such claims. Many of the central ideas of major religions cannot be reconciled, which gives the lie to the trendy tenet of pluralism that all religions at their core are the same. We often hear or read that people wherever located worship the same God through different languages and cultures. This idea, with all due respect, is absurd on its face. For example, Islam teaches that Christ was a mere prophet, not a deity. As C.S. Lewis observed, if Christ is not God, then he would not have been an exemplary prophet or a great moral teacher, because he claimed to be God. If he was not who he said he was, then he was either a liar or a lunatic, hardly a great moral teacher or a prophet. As any other obvious claim, the claims of certain Eastern religions that God is in everything and that there is no discrete distinction between the Creator and creation is utterly irreconcilable with Christianity. The examples are endless, but the point is, while various religions may share some overlapping values, many of their fundamental beliefs cannot be squared. It may make people feel better to pretend that all religions are essentially the same, but this concept is demonstrably false. But political correctness in our culture generally carries the day. Even many of our churches have become corrupt with these misguided notions of tolerance and pluralism. They have allowed their technology to be diluted, to have permitted the authority of Scripture to be denigrated in favor of society's quote-unquote evolved ideas about morality. Only a version of Christianity that preaches that all religions are the same is tolerant and loving. Traditional Bible-based Christianity is intolerant, insensitive, exclusive, and unloving. How loving, though, is it to become an accomplice to the destruction of truth itself, to the evisceration of the gospel? How sensitive is it to aid people away from the path of life? As a Christian, how can you explain Christ's decision to voluntarily subject himself to the indignities and humiliation of human form, to experience wholesale separation from the Father, to physically accept all of the real wrath of the Father for all of mankind's past, present, and future sins, and to suffer the indiscriminable torment and death on the cross? if all paths lead to God, if all other paths to God are the same. Oof. What an immeasurable insult to the finished work of Christ on the cross. What an act of deliberate disobedience to Christ's direction that we spread the gospel to the corners of the earth. For if all religions are the same, then we've made a liar out of Christ and rendered his great commission a useless farce because we have removed all incentive to evangelize. I'm not suggesting that Christians should approach evangelism stringently, or disrespectfully. We should certainly honor the principle that all people are equal in God's sight and entitled to equal protection of the law, as well as fair, courteous, and respectful treatment. But there is no moral imperative that we adopt the notion that all belief systems are equally true. There is a moral imperative that we do not. The above referenced scriptural passage instructing us to be prepared to give the reason for our faith is immediately followed by the caution, but do this with gentleness and respect, keeping a clear conscience, so that those who speak maliciously against your good behavior in Christ may be ashamed of their slander. We must be mindful of the next sentence as well. It is better, if it is God's will, to suffer for doing good than for doing evil. For Christ died for sins once for all, the righteous for the unrighteous, to bring you to God. We must preach the truth, even if it makes us unpopular, even if it leads to the charge that we are intolerant or insensitive, even if it leads to our suffering or persecution. Yes, we must evangelize with gentleness and respect, but above all, we must evangelize. We must not be silenced by the tolerance police. I frequently come into contact with people who either don't believe in Christianity or who do, but have serious problems with part of the Bible or elements of Christian doctrine. I'm certainly no expert in theology, so what do I tell these people? Beyond suggesting the daunting task of reading the Bible from start to finish, how do I help them discover the truth that I belatedly discovered? There are so many wonderful books available that will help, but there seems to be drawbacks with each one. They are all too scholarly, or too incomplete, or too difficult to read. To get the complete package, I usually have to recommend more than one book, which significantly decreases the chance that any of them will be read. Not long ago, a friend asked me for resources on apologetics that he could share with his non-believing sibling. I knew that we'd probably only have one shot at this in the immediate future, so I had to come up with just the perfect book. Frankly, I put off the decision because I couldn't decide among 3 or 4 of my favorite sources, none of which by itself would have been sufficient in my opinion. Just as I was preparing to cop out and make the recommendation of multiple books instead of just one, I received a note from Frank Turk asking me to review I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. After reading the first few chapters of the book, I was convinced my receipt of the book was providential. Finally, I thought, there is one good book that covers the gamut in a highly readable format. After reading it, I told Frank that this is the one book I've been waiting for as an evangelical tool. Man, reading is hard sometimes. Please forgive me, I'm quite tired. To explain the ideas and unveil the truth in a way that is far above my pay grade. As of the printing of this book, there will now be one source I can recommend to skeptics, doubters, or Christians who need some reinforcing evidence. I already know 10 people whom I will give this book. It's truly a godsend. Frank Turk, whom I've now come to know as a tremendous gentleman and Christian scholar, co-authored this book with giant among giants in the field of Christian apologetics. Dr. Norman Geisler. I have a number of Dr. Geisler's books. Dr. Geisler's other works, including Christian Apologetics, When Christian Critics Ask, and When Skeptics Ask. Interestingly, I was first exposed to Dr. Geisler through my friend and former neighbor Dr. Steve Johnson, a graduate of Dallas Technological Seminary and one of my spiritual mentors. Steve loaned me, I can't remember if I ever returned it, a videotape in which Dr. Geisler was explaining the truths of Christianity in a most entertaining and captivating way. It was at that point that I decided to purchase and consume a number of his incredible books on apologetics. I would recommend any and all of Dr. Geisler's books, but I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. It's just what the doctor ordered for a one-stop source for those who might not be willing to wade through a number of books. I have to admit, the title particularly intrigued me, since I have a long belief that it does take more faith to be an atheist. It certainly takes more faith to believe that human beings evolved from the random interaction of molecules, which somehow had to come into existence themselves, than to believe in a creator. This book also appealed to me because before tackling the issue of the truth of Christianity, it addresses the issue of truth itself, conclusively proving the existence of absolute truth. It demolishes the follies of moral relativism and postmodernism, then proceeds to systematically to march towards the inescapable truths of the Christian religion. This book that had to be written, and even more has to be published. So I'll stop the gushing now and let the book go to the presses. Many a hungry souls await the truth that are brilliantly set out in this work. Thank you for the Prime subscription, Space Ranger Joe. Space Ranger Joe. I am losing it. I woke up at like 6 a.m. this morning and I went to bed at like 2. So I am running off of 4 hours of sleep. Also, hi, Safi. I have not been looking at the chat nearly this whole time. I am sorry.
Well, you have been doing a lot of reading.
Yeah, I have been doing a lot of reading. I just haven't been reading chat.
You gotta.
So my apologies.
You gotta keep up with chat, though. You gotta, get on that.
I'm also taking a sip of water, and that way I do not die of dehydration. But back to the book. How much faith do you need to believe this book? Religious skeptics believe that books like this one can't be trusted for objective information because such books are written by religious people who have an agenda. In fact, that's the way skeptics view the Bible. It's a biased book written by biased people. Their assessment may be true for some books about religion, but it's not true for them all. If it were, you couldn't trust anything you read concerning religion, including books written by atheists or skeptics, because every writer has a viewpoint on religion. So what does this mean to you, the reader? Should you disbelieve what an atheist writes about Christianity just because he's an atheist? Not necessarily, because he could be telling the truth. Should you disbelieve what a Christian writes about atheism just because he's a Christian? Again, not necessarily. He too could be telling the truth. But what about an author's agenda? Does an agenda fatally taint his objectivity? If so, no book is objective, including those by atheists and skeptics. Why? Because all books are written for a reason. All authors have an agenda, and all, or at least most authors, believe what they write. However, that doesn't mean what they write is false or not objective. While authors are almost never neutral about their topics, personal interest is what drives them. They nevertheless can present their topics objectively. For example, survivors of the Holocaust who wrote their experiences certainly were not neutral bystanders. They believed passionately that the Nazis were wrong, and they were even driven to record their experiences so the world would never forget the Holocaust and hopefully never repeat. Did their passion or their agenda cause them to bend facts? Not necessarily. In fact, their passion may have produced the opposite effect. While passion may induce some people to exaggerate, it may drive others to be the most meticulous and accurate as to not compromise the credibility of the message they wish to communicate. As you'll see, we think the authors of the Bible took this meticulous and accurate road. And it's also the road we're trying to take in this book. And when you're done reading, we hope you'll let us know if you think we've actually taken that road. In the meantime, if you're a skeptic, please keep in mind that you should believe or disbelieve what we say because of the evidence we present, not because we have a certain set of religious beliefs. We are both Christians, but we were not always Christians. We came to believe through evidence. So, the fact that we are Christians is not the issue. Why we are Christians is the important point, and that's the focus of this book. Acknowledgements. There are a number of fine people who had enough faith to see this book through. Our wives, Barbara, yeah. Finally good, yeah. We can skip past that. Just thinking, people. Finding the box top to the puzzle of life. One who claims to be a skeptic of one set of beliefs is actually a true believer in another set of beliefs. The university religion professor gave his wide-eyed undergraduate class a clear warning the very first day of the semester. Please leave your religious beliefs at home, he demanded. As we look at the Old Testament, I may make some observations that will run contrary to what you've been taught in Sunday school. It's not my purpose to offend anyone, but it is my purpose to be as objective as possible in analyzing the text. That sounded great to me. After all, I, Frank, enrolled in the class because I was in the midst of a spiritual search. I didn't want any religious party line. I just wanted to know if there was a God or not. What better place, I thought, to get some objectivity about God in the Bible than a secular school like the University of Rochester? From the beginning, the professor took a very skeptical view of the Old Testament. He immediately affirmed the theory that Moses did not write the first 5 books of the Bible, and that many of the Bible's supposed prophetic messages were written after the fact. He also suggested that the Jews originally believed in many gods, polytheism, but that one God ultimately won the day because the final editors of the Old Testament were religious fanatic monotheists. Most of the students had no trouble with his analysis, except one young man a couple of rows ahead of me. As the semester wore off, the student became visibly more agitated with the professor's skeptical theories. One day when the professor began to criticize sections of Isaiah, the student could no longer moderate his displeasure. "That's not right," he blurted out. "This is the word of God." "That guy's too religious," I quietly whispered to myself to the person sitting next to me. "Look," the professor reminded everyone, "I told you all at the beginning that you must leave your religious beliefs at home. We will not be able to be objective if you can't do that." "But you're not being objective," charged the student as he stood up. "You're being overly skeptical." Some in the class began to heckle the student. "Let the professor teach. Sit down. This isn't Sunday school." The professor tried to defuse the situation, but the flustered student stormed out, never to return. While I had some sympathy for the student and could see that the professor had his own anti-religious bias, I also wanted to hear more of what he had to say about the Old Testament, and particularly about God. When the semester ended, I was somewhat convinced the professor was right. The Old Testament was not to be taken at face value. However, I still didn't have an answer to my most basic question. Does God exist? I felt completely unfulfilled when the last class ended. I had no closure, no answer. So I approached the professor, who was surrounded by students asking final questions. "Professor," I said after waiting until just about everyone else had left. "Thanks for the class. I've learned a new perspective, but I still have one huge question." "Sure, go ahead," he said. "I enrolled in this class to find out if there really is a God or not." "Well, is there?" Without a moment's hesitation, he snapped, "I don't know." "You don't know?" "No, I have no idea." I was stunned. I felt like scolding him by saying, "Wait a minute, you're teaching the Old Testament is false, and you don't know if there's a God or not? The Old Testament could be true if God actually exists." But since the final grades were not in, I thought better of it. Instead, I simply walked out frustrated with the entire semester. I could have respected a qualified yes or no with some reasons given, but not "I don't know." I could get that from an uninformed man on the street. I expected a lot more from a university religion professor. I later learned that my expectations were too high for the modern university. The term university is actually a composite of the words unity and diversity. When one attends a university, he is supposed to be guided in the quest to find unity in diversity, namely, how all the diverse fields of knowledge, the arts, philosophy, and the physical sciences, mathematics, etc., fit together to provide a unified picture of life. A tall task indeed, but one that the modern university has not only abandoned, but reversed.
Hold up. Ad read. Or ad.
Ads.
Ad read, but ad.
I'll take a little water break while we have some ads. Also, hello, Stone Angel. Thank you for the raid. For those of you not bombarded with ads right now, how are we liking the book so far? Welcome in, Raiders.
Posture check.
Help me fix my posture.
Watson, Cinderblock.
Watson, Cinderblock. How have you guys been liking the book? Seems important, yeah. These are important discussions. I think it's a really good book for anyone who is on the fence about these kinds of things. I like this. Thank you for sharing with us, Grace. Yeah, no problem. I know I've encountered a number of skeptics on Twitter. A good few people who were like, I'm agnostic. I'm not really a Christian, but I agree with you, and I want to see where you go with this. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I want to see where you go with this. I love Geisler's systematic theology book. It's a very good book to have in your library. Maybe I'll read it sometime later. Hydrate. I am indeed you-ish. That's a joke for later. But I'm very glad that you guys are enjoying it. Let's see, where were we? A tall task indeed, but one that the modern university has not only abandoned but reversed. Instead of universities, we now have pluriversities. Institutions that deem every viewpoint, no matter how ridiculous, is just as valid as any other. That's it. That is... I'm losing it. That is, accept the viewpoint that just one religion or worldview could be true. That's the only viewpoint considered intolerant and bigoted on most college campuses. Despite the denials streaming from our universities, we believe that there is a way to discover unity in diversity. And if one were to discover such unity, it would be like seeing the box top of a jigsaw puzzle. Just as the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle are difficult to put together without the picture on the top of the box, the many diverse pieces of life make no sense without some kind of unifying big picture. The question is, does anyone have the box top to this puzzle we call life? Many world religions claim that they do. Are any of them correct? Religion and the box top. World religions are often attempts to provide a box top that allows you to see how the many pieces of life's puzzle make a complete, cohesive picture. This picture, usually, and for good reason, begins with some sort of claim about God. What someone believes about God affects everything else that he or she believes. When Mortimer Adler was asked why the God section was the largest in the great books of the Western World series, which he edited, he insightfully observed that it's because more implications flow from the subject of God than any other subject. Indeed, the 5 most consequential questions in life are these. Number 1, origin. Where did we come from? Number 2, identity. Who are we? Number 3, meaning. Why are we here? Number 4, mortality. How should we live? Number 5, destiny. Where are we going? The answer to each of these questions depend on the existence of God. If God exists, then there's ultimate meaning and purpose to your life. If there's a real purpose to your life, then there's a real right and wrong way to live it. Choices you make now not only affect you here, but will affect you in eternity. On the other hand, if there is no God, then your life ultimately means nothing, since there is no enduring purpose to life. There's no right or wrong way to live it. And it doesn't matter how you live or what you believe, your destiny is dust. So which world religion, if any, answers the God question correctly? Does any religion provide the true box top to life? The common wisdom says no, for a number of reasons. First, many say it's unreasonable to believe that one religion could be exclusively true. If one religion were really true, it would mean that billions of religious people from every other religious faith are wrong today and have been wrong throughout the centuries. And that's a big problem if Christianity is true, because Christianity seems to teach that non-Christians are going to hell. There's also the not unfounded fear that those who think they have the truth will be intolerant of those who won't accept it. Easygoing Americans are more apt to believe that no religion is the truth. This sentiment is often illustrated by the favorite parable of many university professors, the parable of the 6 blind men and the elephant. This is where each blind man feels a different part of an elephant and therefore reaches a different conclusion about the object in front of him. One grabs a tusk and says, "This is a spear." The other feels the trunk and says, "This is a snake." The one hugging the leg claims, "This is a tree." The blind man holding the tail thinks, "I have a rope." The one feeling the ear believes this is a fan. And the one leaning on the elephant's side is certain this is a wall. These blind men are said to represent the world religions because they each come to a different conclusion about what they are sensing. Like each blind man, we are told no religion has the truth. No one religion has the complete box top. Religions are simply different paths to the same mountain. This, of course, greatly appeals to the broadly tolerant American mind. In America, truth in religion is considered an oxymoron. There is no truth in religion, we are told. It's all a matter of taste and opinion. You like chocolate, I like vanilla. You like Christianity, I like Islam. If Buddhism works for you, then it's true for you. Besides, you ought not judge me for my beliefs. The second major problem with the truth in religion is that some pieces of life seem to defy explanation. They don't appear to fit any religious box tops. These include the existence of evil and the silence of God in the face of that evil. These are especially powerful objections to anyone claiming an all-powerful theistic God exists. Many skeptics and atheists argue that if one true powerful God actually exists, then he would intervene to clear up the confusion. After all, if God is really out there, then why doesn't he seem to hide himself? Why doesn't he just show up to debunk the false religions and end all controversy? Why doesn't he... Goodness, I'm tired. Ugh. After all, if God is really out there, why does he seem to hide himself? Why doesn't he show up to debunk the false religions and end all the controversy? Why doesn't he intervene to stop all the evil in the world, including all the religious wars that are such a black mark on his name? And why does he allow bad things to happen to good people? These are difficult questions for anyone claiming that their theistic religion is true. Finally, many modern intellectuals imply that any box top based on religion wouldn't be legitimate anyways. Why? Because they say only science yields truth. Not only has evolution removed the need for God, they say, but only what is testable in a laboratory can be considered true. That is, only science deals in matters of fact, while religion stays merely in the realm of faith. So there's no sense of trying to muster evidence or facts to support religion, because that would be like mustering facts to prove that chocolate ice cream tastes better than vanilla ice cream. You can't prove preferences. Therefore, since they insist that religion is never a matter of objective fact... I gotta drink water. My throat is getting a little bit sore.
I got you, guys. I got you. Make sure she gets that hydrate in.
Ugh. Okay, back to it. Ugh. That would be like mustering facts to prove that chocolate ice cream tastes better than vanilla ice cream. You can't prove preferences. Therefore, since they insist that religion is never a matter of objective fact, but merely subjective taste, any box top derived from religion couldn't provide the objective picture of life we're looking for. So where does this all leave us? If the search for God and for life's box top is the search for God and for life's box top hopeless, should we assume that there is no objective meaning to life, and each invent our own subjective box top? Should we be content with the professor's "I don't know" answer? We don't think so. We believe that there is a real answer, and despite the powerful objections we have identified, which we will address later in the chapters, we believe that the answer is very reasonable. In fact, we believe that this answer is more reasonable and requires less faith than any other possible answer, including that of an atheist. Let's begin to show you what we mean. What kind of God? Before we go any further, let's be sure we're clear on terminology. Most of the world's major religions fall into one of these three religious worldviews: theism, pantheism, and atheism. A theist, oh my goodness, a theist is someone who believes in a personal God who created the universe but is not part of the universe. This would be roughly equivalent to a painter and a painting. God is like the painter, and his creation is like the painting. God made the painting, and his attributes are expressed in it, but God is not the painting. Major theistic religions are Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. By contrast, a pantheist is someone who believes in an impersonal God that literally is the universe. So rather than making the painting, pantheists believe God is the painting. In fact, pantheists believe that God is everything that exists. God is the grass, God is the sky, God is the tree, God is this book, God is you, God is me, etc. Major pantheistic religions are of the Eastern variety, such as Hinduism, some forms of Buddhism, and many forms of the New Age. An atheist, of course, is someone who does not believe in any type of God. To follow our analogy, atheists believe that what looks like a painting has always existed and no one painted it. Religious humanists would fall into this category. Here's an easy way to remember these three religious worldviews. Theism, God made all. Pantheism, God is all. Atheism, no God at all. Theism is depicted as the hand holding up the world, pantheism as a hand in the world, and atheism as nothing but the world. There we go. There's your neat little picture. In other terms we will use frequently is agnostic. That's someone who is unsure about the question of God. So now that we've defined our terms, let's get back to the issue of faith and religion. Despite its apparent persuasiveness, the claim that religion is simply a matter of faith is nothing more than a modern myth. It's just not true. While religion certainly requires faith, religion is not only about faith. Facts are also central to all religions, because all religious worldviews, including atheism, make truth claims. And many of those truth claims can be evaluated through scientific and historical investigation. For example, theists, e.g. Christians, Muslims, and Jews, say that the universe had a beginning, while many atheists and pantheists, e.g. New Agers, Hindus, say that it did not. The universe is eternal. These are mutually exclusive claims. They can't be both right. Either the universe had a beginning or it did not. By investigating the nature and history of the universe, we can reasonably conclude that one view is right and the other wrong. The alleged resurrection of Christ presents another example. Christians claim that Jesus rose from the dead, while Muslims say that Jesus never even died. Again, one of these views is right and the other is wrong. How can we know which one is right? By evaluating each of these conflicting truth claims against the historical evidence. Notice that not only do different religions attempt to answer these questions, but scientists also have something to say about these matters. That is, science and religion often address the same questions. Where did the universe come from? Where did life come from? Are miracles possible? And so on. In other words, science and religion are not mutually exclusive categories, as some have suggested. Certainly not all religious claims are open to scientific or historical investigation. Some are unverifiable dogma. Nevertheless, the validity of many religious beliefs can be checked out. Some beliefs are reasonable. They can be proven with a high degree of certainty, while others are clearly unreasonable. The problems with Christianity. Is Christianity reasonable? We believe it is. However, unless one makes a thorough investigation of the evidence with an open mind, belief in Christianity may appear to be problematic. First, there are many perceived intellectual objections, like those mentioned above, the problem of evil, and the objection of many scientists. Second, there are emotional obstacles that sometimes obstruct the acceptance of Christianity. Christian exclusivism, the doctrine of hell, and the hypocrisy of Christians are emotional roadblocks to just about everyone. In fact, hypocrisy in the church probably repels people more than any other factor. Someone once said the biggest problem with Christianity is Christians. Finally, there are volitional reasons to reject Christianity, namely Christian morality. which seems to restrict our choices in life. Since most of us don't want to answer to anyone, yielding our freedom to an unseen God is something we naturally don't want to do. Yet, despite these intellectual, emotional, and volitional obstacles, we submit that it's not faith in Christianity that's difficult, but faith in atheism or any other religion. That is, once one looks at the evidence, we think it takes more faith to be a non-Christian than it does to be a Christian. These may seem like a counterintuitive claim, but it's simply rooted in the fact that every religious worldview requires faith, even the worldview that says there is no God. Why? Because as limited human beings, we do not possess the type of knowledge that will provide us with absolute proof of God's existence or non-existence. Outside of the knowledge of our own existence, I know I exist because I have to exist in order to ponder this question. We deal in the realm of probability. Whether we've concluded about the existence of God, it's always possible that the opposite conclusion is true. In fact, it is possible that our conclusions in this book are wrong. We don't think they are because we have good evidence to support them. Indeed, we think our conclusions are true beyond a reasonable doubt. This type of certainty says 95+% certain is the best that fallible and finite human beings can attain for most questions. And it is more than sufficient for even the biggest decisions in life. Nevertheless, some faith is required to overcome the possibility that we are wrong. The faith of an atheist. While some faith is required for our conclusions, it's often forgotten that faith is also required to believe any worldview, including atheism and pantheism. We were reminded of this recently when we met an atheist named Barry at one of our seminars. Barry was incredulous that a mutual friend, Steve, had become a Christian. He said, "I can't figure Steve out. He claims to be an intellectual, but he can't answer all the objections I pose to him about Christianity. He says he doesn't have all the answers because he's new and still learning." Frank said, "Barry, it's virtually impossible to know everything about a particular topic. And it's certainly impossible when the topic is an infinite God. So there has to come a point where you realize you have enough information to come to a conclusion, even if unanswered questions remain." Barry agreed, but still didn't realize that he was doing exactly what he was chiding Steve for doing. Barry had decided his view, atheism, was correct, even though he did not have exhaustive information to support it. Did he know for sure that there is no God? Had he investigated every argument and evidence for the existence of God? Did he possess exhaustive information on the question of God? Could he answer every objection to atheism? Of course not. Indeed, it would be impossible to do so. Since Barry, like Steve, is dealing in the realm of probability rather than absolute certainty, he has to have a certain amount of faith to believe that God does not exist. Although he claimed to be an agnostic, Carl Sagan made an ultimate statement of faith in atheistic materialism when he claimed that the cosmos is all that is or ever was or ever will be. How did he know that for sure? He didn't. How could he? He was a limited human being with limited knowledge. Sagan was operating in the realm of probability, just like Christians are when they say God exists. The question is, who has more evidence to their conclusion? Which conclusion is more reasonable? As we'll see when we look at the evidence, the atheist has to muster a lot more faith than the Christian. You may be thinking, the atheist has a lot more faith than the Christian? What possibly could Geisler and Turk mean by that? We mean that the less evidence you have for your position, the more faith you need to believe it, and vice versa. Faith covers a gap in knowledge. And it turns out that atheists have bigger gaps in knowledge because they have far less evidence for the beliefs than Christians have for theirs. In other words, the empirical, forensic, and philosophical evidence strongly supports conclusions consistent with Christianity and inconsistent with atheism. Here are a few examples of that evidence that we'll unpack in the ensuing chapters. Number 1. The scientific evidence overwhelmingly confirmed that the universe exploded into being out of nothing. Either someone created something out of nothing, the Christian view, or no one created something out of nothing, the atheistic view. Which is more reasonable? The Christian view. Which view requires more faith? The atheistic view. Number 2. The simplest life form contains the information equivalent of 1,000 encyclopedias. Christians believe that only an intelligent being can create a life form containing the equivalent of 1,000 encyclopedias. Atheists believe that non-intelligent natural forces can do it. Christians have evidence to support their conclusion. Since atheists don't have any such evidence, their belief requires a lot more faith. 3. Hundreds of years beforehand, ancient writings foretold of the coming of a man who would actually be God. This man, it was foretold, would be born in a particular city from a particular bloodline, suffer in a particular way, die at a particular time, and rise from the dead to atone for the sins of the world. Immediately after the predicted time, multiple eyewitnesses proclaimed and later recorded that those predicted events had actually occurred. Those eyewitnesses endured persecution and death when they could have saved themselves by denying the events. Thousands of people in Jerusalem were then converted after seeing or hearing of these events, and this belief swept quickly across the ancient world. Ancient historians and writers allude to or confirm these events, and archaeological corroborations of them, and archaeology corroborates them. My goodness. Having seen evidence from creation that God exists, point 1 above, Christians believe that these multiple lines of evidence show beyond a reasonable doubt that God had a hand in these events. Atheists must have a lot more faith to explain away their predictions, the eyewitness testimony, and the willingness of the eyewitnesses to suffer and die, the origins of the Christian church, and the corroborating testimony of the other writers, archaeological finds, and other evidence we'll investigate later. Now perhaps these 3 points have raised in your mind some questions and objections. They should, because we're leaving out a lot of detail that we'll unpack throughout the book. The main point for now is that you see what we mean when we say every worldview, including atheism, requires some degree of faith. Even skeptics have faith. They have faith that skepticism is true. Likewise, agnostics have faith that agnosticism is true. There's no neutral position when it comes to beliefs. As Philip Johnson so aptly put it, one who claims to be a skeptic of one set of beliefs is actually a true believer in another set of beliefs. In other words, atheists who are naturally skeptics of Christianity turn out to be true believers in atheism. As we shall see, if they are honest with the evidence, they need a lot more faith to maintain their atheistic beliefs than Christians need to maintain theirs.
Hey, love. I'm gonna need you to hydrate.
Yes, I do need to drink some water. Thank you, guys.
I got you, Chad. I mean, I'm here to remind her. I'm here for that. All for
I also need some chapstick. Alright. Discovering the box top. We claim that there is strong evidence supporting Christianity. How will we proceed through this evidence? Since about 1996, we have traveled together around the country conducting a seminar called the 12 Points That Show Christianity is True. In it, we proceed logically from the question of truth all the way to the conclusion that the Bible is the Word of God. This book generally will follow the same logical 12-point progression. 1. Truth about reality is knowable. 2. The opposite of true is false. 3. It is true that the theistic God exists. This is evidenced by the A. Beginning of the universe, the cosmological argument. B. Design of the universe. Oh. Hello, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. We are reading the book, I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. It's a very good apologetics book. I do hope you stick around for it. All
yes,
right.
indeed. Be sure to hydrate the streamer.
Yes, my stream has been trying to drown me. Yes. Let's see. Design of life, teleological argument, moral law, the moral argument. Number 4. If God exists, then miracles are possible. 5. Miracles can be used to confirm a message from God, i.e., as acts of God to confirm a word from God. 6. The New Testament is historically reliable. This is evidenced by and all right. Sorry for the ad in time. I will take this time to rehydrate and sip some more of my ascension tea. Ugh, good stuff. Have you guys been learning anything new? I remember the first time that I went through this book. I had a very good time, and I learned a fair few points that I could bring up to people later on. One thing that I plan to do while also hello Ice Inferno. One thing that I plan to do later on is host Kahoot games to review some of the points made in the books that I read. I think you guys really like the engagement. And I think it'd be great for actually reviewing the contents of the book and getting it to be a little more yeah, Kahoot streams would be really nice. Helping keep the knowledge in your head more than just one day. I know whenever I read stuff, I tend to forget it quite easily.
I mean, the ad ends.
Sort of a lot of them.
Talk for a bit and just kind of interact a little bit.
A lot of the points I read in Daniel Eng's A Scientist Looks at the Resurrection. But I like listening to you read. Oh, thank you. Are you going to read the Bible? Yes, I will sometimes. I just think a lot of other Christian VTubers are doing that. And I think they're doing an amazing job that I don't know that I could do any better. I just know that this is a good topic that I don't think a lot of my peers are doing. Also, enjoy your Halo Gator. Also, I want to remind the people who are listening in to check in for me, if you will. Make sure that Twitch is still counting you because it likes to cheat people out on their viewers if they're simply listening and not inputting anything. So give me a little lurk or a little check-in, please, if you will. I love seeing your beautiful faces or usernames in my chat. Yes, thank you guys. Yes, there you all are. Just watch the viewer count jump. Yeah, look at that. We went from 60 to 80. We're almost at 90 viewers. Like, that is crazy. Crazy.
Gotta get them check-ins and lurks, because Twitch is...
Yes, the check-ins are important.
Twitch has gone sicko mode.
Yeah. Also, hi, Lunathist. I didn't know you were in here.
That's because you've been so busy reading.
I have been very busy reading. But yes. Let's continue, shall we? Gosh, that's almost 100 people. It was at 60. It was saying there were 60 people. That's crazy. Still here to sleepy. Oh, well, I will make sure to read you to sleep. I'll try and be as boring as possible. That way you don't feel like you missed out on anything. Yes, thank you guys. It was 66. Listen, Desmo, can you ban Ice Inferno for me really quickly? Ban him, please.
Nah.
Get him out of here.
I couldn't.
Shut. But yes, welcome back in, everybody. Let's continue reading, shall we?
Ice Inferno, I got you. You're good. You're safe. You're safe here.
Whatever. You're just vetoing my executive orders? You can't do that.
I can, and I will.
I mean, you can, but it's kind of mean.
Get them check-ins in, y'all.
Get them check-ins in, y'all. Alright. Let's see. The New Testament is historically reliable. This is evidenced by A. Early testimony, B. Eyewitness testimony, C. Uninvented authentic testimony, D. Eyewitnesses who were not deceived. 7. The New Testament says Jesus claimed to be God. 8. Jesus' claim to be God was miraculously confirmed by his fulfillment of many prophecies about himself, his sinless life and miraculous deeds, his prediction and accomplishment of his resurrection. Therefore, Jesus is God. Whatever Jesus, who is God, teaches is true. Jesus taught that the Bible is the Word of God. Therefore, it is true that the Bible is the Word of God, and anything opposed to it is false. Before we begin presenting this line of reasoning, please note 5 points. First, we are not suggesting that the above points are true by definition. Most of these points are premises that need to be justified by evidence. Oh, thank you for the bits! Sailor David, thank you. Most of these points are premises that need to be justified by evidence. For example, point 3 claims it's true that the theistic God exists. That claim isn't true just because we say so. It needs to be backed up by good evidence, by good reasons. We'll give those reasons when we get to that point in the book. Also, thank you, Death by Snipe, for the subscription. Second notice, that we are starting at the point of complete skepticism. That is, we are starting with the person who says he doesn't even believe in truth. We need to start there because if the prevailing view of the culture is right, that there is no truth, then it can't be true that a theistic God exists or that there is a true word from that God. However, if there is truth, and that truth can be known, then we can go on to investigate the truth of God's existence and the other points that follow, e.g. miracles that are possible, the New Testament is historically reliable, and so forth. Third, if this line of reasoning is sound, and that's a big if this book will attempt to show, and that's a big if that this book will attempt to show. It necessarily disproves other religions where they differ from the Bible. This sounds incredibly arrogant and presumptuous, but we'll address that later. This would not mean that all other religions are completely false or that they have no truth. Nearly all religions have some truth. We are simply saying that if the Bible is true, then any specific claim that contradicts the Bible must be false. False that they have no truth. Nearly all religions have some truth. Oh my goodness, I am losing my spot. For example, if the Bible is true and says that there is a God beyond the universe who created and sustains the universe, theism, then any claim that denies theism, e.g. atheism, must be false. Likewise, if the Bible is true and claims that Jesus rose from the dead, then the is that Quran? What word is Quranic denial? Okay. Then the chronic denial of the fact must be false. By the way, the reverse would also be true. If the evidence showed that the Quran was true, then the Bible would be false, wherever it contradicted the Quran. Fourth, we give evidence for Christianity because we ought to live our lives based on truth. Socrates once said that the unexamined life is not worth living. We believe that the unexamined faith is not worth believing. Furthermore, contrary to popular opinion, Christians are not supposed to just have faith. Christians are commanded to know what they believe and why they believe it. They are commanded to give answers to those who ask and demolish arguments against the Christian faith. Since God is reasonable and wants us to use our reason, Christians don't get brownie points for being stupid. In fact, using reason is part of the greatest commandment, which according to Jesus is to love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your soul, and with all your mind. Finally, we are often asked, if Christianity has so much evidence behind it, then why don't more people believe it? Our answer, although we believe the evidence we're about to present shows the Bible is true beyond reasonable doubt, no amount of evidence can compel anyone to believe it. Belief requires assent, not only of the mind, but also of the will. While many non-Christians have honest intellectual questions, we have found that many more seem to have volitional resistance to Christianity. In other words, it's not that they don't have evidence to believe, it's that they don't want to believe. The great atheistic Friedrich Nietzsche said exemplified... Oh my goodness. The great atheist Friedrich Nietzsche exemplified this type of person. He wrote, "If one were to prove this God of the Christians to us, we would be even less able to believe in him. And it's our preference that decides against Christianity, not arguments." Obviously, Nietzsche's belief was based on his will, not just his intellect. At this point, a skeptic might reverse the argument by claiming that it's the Christians who simply want to believe. True, many Christians believe only because they want to, cannot justify their belief with evidence. They simply have faith that the Bible is true and merely want something to be true. And merely wanting something to be true doesn't make it so. However, what we are saying is many non-Christians do the same thing. They take the blind leap of faith that their non-Christian beliefs are true simply because they want them to be true. In the ensuing chapters, we'll take a hard look at the evidence to see who has to take the bigger leap. A skeptic might then ask, but why would anyone want Christianity to be false? Why would anyone not want the free gift of forgiveness? Good question, but we think the answer lies in the volition factors we touched on earlier. Namely, many believe that according to the truth of Christianity, that accepting the truth of Christianity would require them to change their thinking, friends, priorities, lifestyles, or morals, and they are not quite willing to give up control of their lives in order to make those changes. They believe that life would be easier and more fun without such changes. Perhaps they realize that while Christianity is about forgiveness, it's also about denying yourself and carrying your cross. Indeed, Christianity is free, but it can cost you your life. There's a difference between proving a proposition and accepting a proposition. You might be able to prove Christianity is true beyond a reasonable doubt, but only you can choose to accept it. Please consider this question to see if you are open to acceptance. If someone could provide a reasonable answer to the most significant questions and objections you have about Christianity, reasonable to the point that Christianity seems true beyond a reasonable doubt, would you then become a Christian? Think about it for a moment. If your honest answer is no, then your resistance to Christianity is emotional or volitional, not merely intellectual. No amount of evidence will convince you, because evidence is not what's in your way. You are. In the end, only you know if you are truly open to the evidence for Christianity. One beauty of God's creation is this: if you're not willing to accept Christianity, then you're free to reject it. This freedom to make choices, even the freedom to reject truth, is what makes us moral creatures and enables us to choose our ultimate destiny. This really hits at heart why we exist at all, and why God might not be as overt in revealing himself to us as some would like. For if the Bible is true, then God has provided each of us with the opportunity to make an eternal choice, to either accept him or reject him. And in order to ensure that our choice is truly free, he puts us in an environment that is filled with evidence of his existence, but without his direct presence. A presence so powerful that it could overwhelm our freedom and thus negate our ability to reject him. In other words, God has provided enough evidence in this life to convince anyone willing to believe. It has also left some ambiguity so not as to compel the unwilling. In this way, God gives us the opportunity to either love him or reject him without violating our freedom. In fact, the purpose of this life is to make that choice freely and without coercion. For love, by definition, must be freely given. It cannot be coerced. That's why C.S. Lewis wrote, "The irresistible and the indisputable are the two weapons in which the very nature of God's scheme forbids him to use, merely to override a human will, as his felt presence in any but the faintest and most mitigated degree would certainly do, would be for him useless. We cannot ravish. He can only woo." We hope the evidence we present in this book, in some small way, woo you to God. Keep in mind that it's not our evidence, it's his. We are simply compiling it in a logical order by using real-world stories and illustrations as often as possible. We intend to make this book readable and reasoning easily accessible. Summary and conclusion. As we have seen, many religious truth claims can be investigated and their plausibility determined. Since all conclusions about such claims are based on probability rather than absolute certainty, they all, including atheistic claims, require some amount of faith. As we look at the evidence in the ensuing chapters, we'll see that conclusions such as God exists and the Bible is true are certain beyond a reasonable doubt. Therefore, it takes a lot more faith to be a non-Christian than it does to be a Christian. However, we have acknowledged that the evidence alone cannot convince someone to be a Christian. Some atheists and non-Christians may reject Christianity not because the evidence is inadequate, because they don't want to accept it. Some people choose to suppress the truth rather than live by it. In fact, we humans have a fatal tendency to try to adjust the truth to fit our desires, rather than adjusting our desires to fit the truth. But wait, isn't there a third alternative? What about remaining agnostic, like the Old Testament professor at the beginning of this chapter? He said he didn't know if God exists. Some may think that such a person is open-minded. Perhaps, but there's a big difference between being open-minded and being empty-minded. In light of the evidence, we think agnosticism is a decision to be empty-minded. After all, isn't the reason we should be open-minded so that we can recognize truth when we see it? Yes. So what are we doing? So what are we to do when there's enough evidence to point us to the truth? For example, what should we do when we see evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that George Washington was the first president of the United States? Should we remain open-minded as to who the first president was? No, that would be empty-minded. Some questions are closed. As we'll see, there's enough evidence regarding Christianity to draw a reasonable, certain conclusion. As Mortimer Alder observed, our conclusion about God impacts every area of our lives. It is the key to finding unity and diversity and ultimate meaning in life. It is literally the most important question for every human being to address. Unfortunately, if our reasoning is correct, we will discover... No, fortunately, my goodness, I am losing it. Fortunately, if our reasoning is correct, we will discover the box top to life's puzzle at the end of our journey. So let's take the first step on that journey. It begins with the question of truth. Chapter 1 to 2 will cover truth about reality is knowable. The opposite of true is false. It is true that the theistic God exists. This is evidenced by the beginning of the universe, design of the universe, design of life, moral law. If God exists, then miracles are possible. Miracles can be used to confirm a message from God. The New Testament is historically reliable. This is evidenced by early testimony, eyewitness testimony. Yeah, we've been through this. We can skip it. Can we handle the truth? Men stumble over the truth from time to time. Most pick themselves up and hurry off as if nothing happened. In the movie A Few Good Men, Tom Cruise plays a Navy lawyer who questions a Marine colonel, played by Jack Nicholson, about the murder of one of Nicholson's men. The dramatic courtroom scene turns into a shouting match as Cruise accuses Nicholson of being complicit in the murder. Cruise: Colonel, did you order the code red? Judge: you don't have to answer that question. Nicholson: I'll answer the question. You want answers? Cruise: I think I'm entitled to them. Nicholson: you want answers? Cruise: I want the truth. Nicholson: you can't handle the truth. Nicholson might as well have been yelling at all of America rather than Cruise, because it seems that many in our country can't handle the truth. On one hand, we demand truth in virtually every area of our lives. For example, we demand truth in the form of loved ones. No one wants lies from a spouse or child. Doctors: we want the right medicine prescribed and the right operations performed. Stockbrokers: we demand that they tell us the truth about companies they recommend. Courts: we want them to convict only the truly guilty. Employers: We want them to tell us the truth and pay us fairly. Airlines. We demand truly safe planes and truly sober pilots. We also expect to be told the truth when we pick up a reference book, read an article, or watch a news story. We want the truth from advertisers, teachers, and politicians. We assume road signs, medicine bottles, and food labels reveal the truth. In fact, we demand the truth for almost every facet of life, and that affects our money, relationships, safety, or health. On the other hand, despite our unwavering demand for truth in those areas, many of us say we aren't interested in truth when it comes to morality or religion. In fact, many downright reject the idea that any religion can be true. As we're sure you've noticed, there's a huge contradiction here. Why do we demand truth in everything but morality and religion? Why do we say, that's true for you, but not for me, when we're talking about morality or religion? But we never even think of such nonsense when we're talking to a stockbroker about our money or a doctor about our health. Although few would admit it, our rejection of religious and moral truth is often on volitional rather than intellectual grounds. We just don't want to be held accountable for any moral standards or religious doctrine. So we blindly accept the self-defeating truth claims of politically correct intellectuals who tell us that truth does not exist. Everything is relative and there are no absolutes. It's all a matter of opinion. You ought not to judge. Religion is about faith, not facts. Perhaps Augustine was right when he said that we love the truth when it enlightens us, but we hate it when it convicts us.
Augustine.
Maybe we can't handle the truth. In order to resolve our cultural schizophrenia, we need to address 4 questions concerning truth. What is truth? Can truth be known? Can truth about God be known? So what? Who cares about the truth? We'll cover these questions in this chapter and the next. What is truth? The truth about truth. What is truth? Very simply, truth is telling it like it is. When the Roman governor Pilate asked Jesus, "What is truth?" nearly 2,000 years ago, he didn't wait for Jesus to respond. Instead, Pilate immediately acted as if he knew at least some truth concerning Jesus. He declared, "I find no fault in this man." By exonerating Jesus, Pilate was telling it as it is. Truth can also be defined as that which corresponds to its object, or that which describes an actual state of affairs. Pilate's judgment was true because it matched its object. It described an actual state of affair. Jesus really was innocent. Contrary to what is being taught in many public schools, truth is not relative, but absolute. If something is true, it's true for all people at all times in all places. All truth claims are absolute, narrow, and exclusive. Just think about the claim, "everything is true." That's an absolute, narrow, and exclusive claim. It excludes its opposite, i.e., its claim that the statement, "everything is not true," is wrong. In fact, all truths exclude their opposites, even religious truths. This became comically clear when a number of years ago, I, Norm, debated religious humanist Michael Constantine. Kolenda. Of the many atheists I debated, he was the one of the few who actually read my book, Christian Apologetics, prior to the debate. When it was his turn to speak, Kolenda held up my book and declared, "These Christians are very narrow-minded people. I read Dr. Gelser's book. Do you know what he believes? He believes that Christianity is true and everything opposed to it is false. These Christians are very narrow-minded people." Well, Kolenda had also written a book in which I had read beforehand. It was titled Religion Without God, which is sort of like a romance without a spouse. when it was my turn to speak, I held up Kalenda's book and declared, "These humanists are very narrow-minded people." I read Dr. Kalenda's book, and do you know what he believes? He believes that humanism is true, and everything opposed to it is false. These humanists are very narrow-minded people. The audience chuckled because they could see the point. Humanist truth claims are just as narrow as Christian truth claims. Also, hello, Raiders. Hi. Also, we are in an ad break, so... Oh, okay. Incoming ad break. I will stop for a minute. Get my sips of tea in. Do me a little bit of favor. If you are a raider, refresh your page for me, because sometimes Twitch doesn't really like to count people whenever they are raiders.
Yep.
I would also ask, if you are one of the people who have been here for a while, redeem that check-in for me, because Twitch also doesn't like to count you if you aren't constantly chatting with me. But thank you all for the check-ins. The jump from the number before and the number after is crazy. Yeah, look at that.
Boom.
Look at that.
Wild.
Twitch has done us a great disservice with their rules on these things. It's crazy. Thank you for the check-in, everyone. Oh, hi, Luciu. Happy birthday, buddy.
I'm not sure if I said it earlier when I was playing games with y'all, but yeah, happy birthday. I think I did, but I wanted to just be sure.
I popped in and said happy birthday earlier, but for the sake of everything, happy birthday, Luciu.
You know what? No, hang on.
Also, thank you for the Prime subscription, Gamma. I'm going to drink some more water.
Oh, well, it's not working. That's fine.
And some more tea. Viewer stonks. I need like a little graph. What kind of tea? It is a tea that is called throat coat, and I'm saying that with a C. C-O-A-T. Throat coat. It's specifically designed to keep your voice healthy and good for long talking or singing sessions. No, not that one. Not that one. My goodness, Chad. You guys are... You guys are wild. Alright. Ad break ends in just a little while.
Oh yeah, no, ginger honey tea is really good, and usually I actually throw a bag of ginger tea in with the throat tea.
Mm-hmm.
Double up on that tea goodness.
Yeah, absolutely. Ad break ends in 20 seconds. Oh, they're back. Yippee! All right,
break from the ad.
let's get back to reading, shall we? Let's see.
Still running like 9 seconds for me. So it might be running for others as well, potentially.
Okay. Is everyone back from their ads? Did you enjoy the show? Welcome back, everyone.
Oh, what the heck?
The audience chuckled because they could see the point. Humanist truth claims are just as narrow as Christian truth claims. Well, thank you for the subscription, Richard.
YouTube crowd.
For if H, humanism, is true, then anything opposed to H is false. Likewise, if C, Christianity is true, and anything opposed to C is false. There are many other truths about truth. Here are some of them. Truth is discovered, not invented. It exists independent of anyone's knowledge of it. Gravity existed prior to Newton. The truth is transcultural. If something is true, it's true for all people in all places at all times. 2 + 2 = 4 for everyone, everywhere, at every time. Truth is unchanging, even though our beliefs about the truth change. When we began to believe the earth was round instead of flat, the truth about the earth didn't change. Only our belief about the earth changed. Beliefs cannot change fact, no matter how sincerely they are held. Someone can sincerely believe the world is flat, but that only makes that person sincerely mistaken. Truth is not affected by the attitude of the one professing it. An arrogant person does not make the truth he professes false. A humble person does not make the error he professes false. All truths are absolute truths. Even truths that appear to be relative are really absolute. For example, I, Frank Turk, feel warm on November 20th, 2003. May appear to be a relative truth, but is actually absolutely true for everyone everywhere that Frank Turk had that sensation of warmth on that day. In short, contrary beliefs are possible, but the contrary truths are not possible. We can believe everything is true, but we cannot make everything true. This seems obvious enough, but how do we deal with the modern assertion that there is no truth? A couple of cartoon characters can help us. The Roadrunner tactic. If someone said to you, "I have one insight for you that absolutely will revolutionize your ability to quickly and clearly identify the false statements and false philosophies of that permeate our culture," would you be interested? That's what we're about to do here. In fact, if we had to pick just one thinking ability as the most valuable we've learned in our many years of seminary and postgraduate education, it would be this: how to identify and refute self-defeating statements. An incident from a recent talk radio program will demonstrate what we mean by self-defeating statements. The program's liberal host, Jerry, was taking calls on the subject of morality. After hearing numerous callers boldly claim that a certain moral position was true, one caller blurted out, Jerry, there is no such thing as truth." I, Frank, scrambled for the phone and began to dial furiously. Busy. I wanted to get on and say Jerry to the guy who said, "There is no such thing as truth. Is that true?" I never did get through, and Jerry of course agreed with the caller, never realizing that his claim could not possibly be true, because it was self-defeating. A self-defeating statement is one that fails to meet its own standard. As we are sure you realize, the caller's statement, "There is no truth," claims to be true and thus defeats itself. It's like saying, "I can't speak a word in English." If someone ever said that, you obviously would respond, "Wait a minute, the statement must be false because you're uttering it in English." Self-defeating statements are made routinely in our postmodern culture, and once you sharpen your ability to detect them, you'll become an absolute fearless defender of truth. No doubt, you've heard people say things like, "All truth is relative," and "there are no absolutes." Now you'll be armed to refute such silly statements by simply revealing that they don't meet their own criteria. In other words, by turning a self-defeating statement on itself, you can expose it for the nonsense that it is. We call this process of turning a self-defeating statement on itself the Roadrunner tactic, because it reminds us of the cartoon characters Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. As you may remember from Saturday morning cartoons, the Coyote's one and only quest is to chase down the speedy Roadrunner and make him his evening meal. But the Roadrunner is simply too fast and too smart. Just when the Coyote is gaining ground, the Roadrunner stops short at the cliff's edge, leaving the passing Coyote momentarily suspended in midair, supported by nothing. As soon as the Coyote realizes he has no ground to stand on, he plummets to the valley floor and crashes in a heap. Hi, old man Dan. I hope you're doing well too. I am doing well. That's exactly what the Roadrunner tactic can do to the relativists and postmodernists of our day. It helps them realize that their arguments cannot sustain their own weight. Consequently, they crash to the ground in a heap. This makes you look like a super genius. Let's take the Roadrunner tactic to college to show you what I mean. Roadrunner goes to college. The Roadrunner tactic is especially needed by today's college students. Why? Because if you listen to many of our university's professors, they'll teach you that there is no truth. What amazes us is that parents all over the world are literally paying thousands of dollars in college tuition so that their sons and daughters can be taught the truth, that there is no truth. Not to mention other self-defeating postmodern assertions such as all truth is relative. Is that a relative truth? There are no absolutes. Are you absolutely sure? And it's true for you, but not for me. Is that statement true for just you, or is it true for everyone? True for you, but not for me, may be the mantra of our day. But it's not how the world really works. Try saying that to your bank teller, the police, or the IRS and see how far you get. Of course, these modern mantras are false because they are self-defeating. But for those who still blindly believe them, we have a few questions. If there really is no truth, then why try to learn anything? Why should any student listen to any professor? After all, the professor doesn't have the truth. What's the point of going to school, much less paying for it? And what's the point of obeying professors' moral prohibitions against cheating on tests or plagiarizing term papers? Ideas have consequences. Good ideas have good consequences. And bad ideas have bad consequences. Indeed, many students realize the implications of these bad postmodern ideas and behave accordingly. If we teach students that there is no right and wrong, why are we surprised when a couple of students gun down their classmates or a teenage mother leaves her baby in a trash can? Why should they act right when we teach them that there is no such thing as right? C.S. Lewis reveals the absurdity of expecting virtue from people who are taught that no virtue exists. In a sort of ghastly simplicity, we remove the organ and demand the function. We make men without chests and expect of them virtue and enterprise. We laugh at honor and are shocked to find traitors in our midst. We castrate and bid the gildings to be fruitful. The truth of the matter is, false ideas about truth lead to false ideas about life. In many cases, these false ideas give apparent justification for what is really immoral behavior. For if you can kill the concept of truth, you can kill the concept of any true religion or any true morality. Many in our culture have been attempting to do this. In the past 40 years of religious and moral discipline trumpet their success. Unfortunately, the devastating consequences of their efforts are not just true for them, they're true for all of us. So truth exists. It cannot be denied. Those who deny truth make the self-defeating truth claim that there is no truth. In this regard, they're a lot like Winnie the Pooh. They answer a knock at the door by saying, "No one is home." Now let's see how the Roadrunner tactic can help us answer the skeptical truth claim that truth cannot be known. Truth cannot be known. Knock, knock, knock. Evangelical Christians believe that they ought to obey Jesus' command to make disciples of all nations. In order to help Christians carry out this great commission, James Kennedy created a door-to-door evangelism technique called the evangelism explosion. If you're a Christian, the EE technique allows you to quickly ascertain where a person is spiritually. After introducing yourself, you're to ask questions like these to the person answering the door. Can I ask you a spiritual question? And if you were to die tonight and stand before God, and God were to ask you, why should I let you into my heaven? What would you say? Most people are curious enough to answer yes to question 1. If they say, what do you mean by a spiritual question? You go ahead and ask them the second question. As for the second question, the EE manual predicts that the non-Christian will usually give the good works answer. You know, something like, God will accept me because I'm basically a good person. I haven't killed anyone, I go to church, I give to the poor. In case the EE manual tells you to respond with the gospel, literally, good news. Oh, in that case, the EE manual tells you to respond with the gospel. That all, including you, have fallen short of God's perfect standard, and no good work can erase the fact that you've already sinned. But the good news is that you can be saved from punishment by trusting in Christ, who is punished in your place. While this technique has been very successful, some non-Christians do not respond to the 2 questions as expected. For example, one evening, I, Norm, decided to take EE to the streets along with a fellow member of my church. Here's how it went. Knock, knock. Who's there? A man came to the door. I stuck out my hand and said, hi, my name is Norm Geisler. This is my partner, Ron, and we're from the church at the end of the street. I'm Don, the man replied, his eyes quickly seizing us up. Immediately, I jumped into action. Question number 1. Don, do you mind if we ask you a spiritual question? No, go ahead, Don said boldly, apparently eager to have a Bible thumper for dessert. I laid question 2 on him. Don, if you were to die tonight and stand before God, and God were to ask you, why should I let you into my heaven? What would you say? Don snapped back. I'd say to God, why shouldn't you let me into heaven? Oh, but he wasn't supposed to say that. I mean, the answer wasn't in the book. After a split second of panic, I offered a quick prayer and replied, Don, if we knocked on your door seeking to come into your house, and you said to us, why should I let you into my house? And we responded, why shouldn't you let us in? What would you say? Don pointed his finger at my chest and sternly replied, I would tell you where to go. I immediately shot back, that's exactly what God is going to say to you. Don looked stunned for a second, but then narrowed his eyes and said, to tell you the truth, I don't believe in God. I'm an atheist. You're an atheist? That's right. Are you absolutely sure that there's no God? I asked him. He paused and said, oh no, I'm not absolutely sure. I guess it's possible there might be a God. So you're not really an atheist then. You're an agnostic, I informed him. Because an atheist says, I know there's no God. And an agnostic says, I don't know whether there is a God. Yeah, alright. So I guess I'm an agnostic then, he admitted. Now, this was real progress. With just one question, we moved from atheism to agnosticism. But I still had to figure out what kind of agnostic Don was. So I asked him, Don, what kind of agnostic are you? He laughed as he asked, what do you mean? He was probably thinking a minute ago I was an atheist. I have no idea what kind of agnostic I am now. Well, Don, there are 2 kinds of agnostics, I explained. There's the ordinary agnostic who says he doesn't know anything for sure. And then there's the ornery agnostic who says he can't know anything for sure. Thon was sure about this. He said, "I'm the ornery kind. You can't know anything for sure." Recognizing the self-defeating nature of his claim, I unleashed the Roadrunner tactic by asking him, "Thon, if you say that you can't know anything for sure, then how do you know that for sure?" Looking puzzled, he said, "What do you mean?" Explaining it another way, I said, "How do you know for sure that you can't know anything for sure?" I could see the light bulb coming on, but decided to add one more point. "Besides, Don, you can't be a skeptic about everything, because that would mean you'd have to doubt skepticism. But the more you doubt skepticism, the more sure you become." He relented. "Okay, I guess I really can know something for sure. I must be an ordinary agnostic." Now we were really getting somewhere. Just a few questions, Don had moved from atheism through ornery agnosticism to ordinary agnosticism. I continued, "Since you admit now that you can know, why don't you know that God exists?" He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Because nobody has shown me any evidence, I guess." Now I launched the million-dollar question. "Would you be willing to look at some evidence?" "Sure," he replied. This is the best type of person to talk to. Someone who is willing to take an honest look at the evidence. Being willing is essential. Evidence cannot conceive the unwilling. Since Don was willing, we gave him a book by Frank Morrison titled Who Moved the Stone? Morrison was a skeptic who set out to write a book refuting Christianity, but instead became convinced by the evidence that Christianity was indeed true. In fact, the first chapter of Who Moved the Stone is called The Book That Refused to Be Written. We visited Don a short time later. He described the evidence presented by Morrison as very convincing. Several weeks later, in the middle of a study of the Gospel of Don accepted Jesus Christ as his personal Lord and Savior. Amen. Today, Don is a deacon in a Baptist church near St. Louis, Missouri. Every Sunday morning for years, he's driven the church bus through the local neighborhood to pick up those kids whose parents wouldn't come to church. His ministry has special meaning to me because two men like Don, Mr. Coetzee and Mr. Sweetland, picked me up the church bus more than 400 times. Every Sunday from when I was 9 until I was 17. I was in a position to accept Christ at 17 largely because of that bus ministry. I guess it's true what they say. What goes around comes around, even if it's just the Sunday school bus. Man, that's a powerful testimony. I'm going to take another sip of my tea.
Tea time.
Oh, what are we toggling on?
Twitch VODs.
Oh, Twitch VODs, yes. all of the VODs will also be uploaded to YouTube. Yep. So if you're really itching to get the rest of this, if you've just come in now, you can feel free to go onto YouTube afterwards, or even I'm streaming to YouTube now. So if you really want to, you can switch over, and not only will you not get ads, but you can go backwards, and you can rewind the stream and start from wherever you need to. Okay. Can all religions be true? The moral of the EE story is that complete agnosticism or skepticism is self-defeating. Agnostics and skeptics make the truth claim that truth claims cannot be made. They say that truth can't be known, but then claim that their view is true. You can't have it both ways. So we've established that truth can be known. In fact, it's undeniable. But so what? Can't all religions be true? Unfortunately, it's just not the secular world that's confused about this question. Even some church pastors have trouble with it. Seminary professor Ronald Nash heard of a good example of this. He told us of a student of his who went home to Bowling Green, Kentucky for Christmas break a couple of years ago. While on break, this Bible-believing student decided to be adventurous one Sunday and attend a church that he had never attended before. But as soon as the pastor uttered the first sentence of his sermon, the student realized he had made a mistake. The pastor was contradicting the Bible. "The theme of my sermon this morning," the pastor began, "is that all religious beliefs are true." The student squirmed in his seat as the pastor went on to assure each member of the congregation that every religious belief they had was true. When the sermon was over, the student wanted to slip out unnoticed, but the heavy-set, robed pastor was waiting at the door, bear-hugging each passing congregant. "Son," the pastor boomed upon greeting the student, "where are you from?" "Actually, I'm from Bowling Green, Kentucky, sir. I'm home. I'm on break from seminary." "Seminary, good. So what religious beliefs do you have, son?" "I'd rather not say, sir." "Why not, son?" "Because I don't want to offend you, sir." "Oh, son, you can't offend me. Besides, it doesn't matter what your beliefs are. They're true. So what do you believe?" "Okay," the student relented. He leaned towards the pastor, cupped his hands around his mouth, and whispered, "Sir, I believe you're going to hell." The pastor's face turned bright red as he struggled to respond. I guess I made a mistake. All religious beliefs cannot be true, because yours certainly aren't true." Indeed, as the pastor realized, religious beliefs cannot all be true because many religious beliefs are contradictory. They teach opposites. For example, conservative Christians believe that those who haven't accepted Christ as their Savior have chosen hell as their ultimate destination. It's often overlooked that many Muslims believe the same about non-Muslims. They're headed for hell as well. And Hindus generally believe that everyone, regardless of beliefs, is caught in an infinite cycle of reincarnation based on works. These contradictory beliefs can't all be true. In fact, world religions have more contradictory beliefs than complementary ones. The notion that all religions teach basically the same thing, that we ought to love one another, demonstrates a serious misunderstanding of world religions. While most religions have some kind of similar moral code because God has implanted right and wrong on our consciences. We discussed this in chapter 7. They disagree on virtually every major issue, including the nature of God, the nature of man, sin, salvation, hell, heaven, and creation. Think about it. The nature of God, the nature of man, sin, salvation, heaven, hell, and creation, those are biggies. Here are a few of those differences. Jews, Christians, and Muslims believe in different versions of a theistic God, while most Hindus and New Agers believe that everything that exists is a part of an impersonal, pantheistic force they call God. Many Hindus believe that evil is a complete illusion, while Christians, Muslims, and Jews believe that evil is real. Christians believe that people are saved by grace, while all other religions, if they believe in salvation at all, teach that some kind of salvation by good works. The definition of good and what one is saved by varies greatly. These are just a few of the many essential differences. So much for the idea that all religions teach basically the same things. Truth versus tolerance. While most religions have some kind of beliefs that are true, not all religious beliefs can be true because they are mutually exclusive. They teach opposites. In other words, some religious beliefs must be wrong. But you're not supposed to say that in America today. You're supposed to be tolerant of all religious beliefs. And in our culture today, tolerance no longer means to put up with something you believe to be false. After all, you don't tolerate things you agree with. tolerance now means that you're supposed to accept every belief as true. In a religious context, this is known as religious pluralism. The belief that all religions are true. There are a number of problems with this new definition of tolerance. First, let us say that we are thankful that we have religious freedom in this country, and we don't believe in imposing a religious legislative. See our book about legislating morality. We are well aware of the dangers of religious intolerance and believe that we should accept and respect people who have different religious beliefs. But that doesn't mean that personally, we ought to embrace the impossible notion that all religious beliefs are true, since mutually exclusive religious beliefs cannot be true. It makes no sense to pretend that they are. In fact, on an individual level, it can be dangerous to do so. If Christianity is true, it's dangerous to your eternal destiny not to be a Christian. Likewise, if Islam is true, then it's dangerous to your eternal destiny not to be a Muslim. Second, the claim that you ought not to question someone's religious beliefs is a religious belief for pluralists. But if this belief is just as exclusive and intolerant as any religious belief of a Christian or Muslim, in other words, pluralists think non-pluralist beliefs are wrong. So pluralists are just as dogmatic and closed-minded as everyone else making truth claims in the public square. They want everyone who disagrees with them to see things their way. Third, the prohibition against questioning religious beliefs is also an absolute moral position. Why shouldn't we question religious beliefs? Would it be immoral to do so? And if so, by whose standard? Do pluralists have any good reason supporting their belief that we ought not to question religious beliefs? Or is it just their own personal opinion that they want to impose on the rest of us? Unless they can give good reasons for such a moral standard, why should we allow them to impose it on us? And why are pluralists trying to impose that moral position on us anyways? That's not very tolerant of them. Fourth, the Bible commands Christians to question religious beliefs. Since Christians have religious beliefs, that they ought to question religious beliefs. Then pluralists, according to their own standard, should accept this Christian belief as well. But of course, they do not. Ironically, pluralists, advocates of the new tolerance, are not really tolerant at all. They only tolerate those who already agree with them. Alright, we've got an ad. Time for more tea. Get your check-ins in. Yeah, probably. Everybody check in. Make sure you keep those numbers up because Twitch is a big old liar. But I hope you all have been enjoying the book and getting some kind of value out of it. Hello, Frozone. Yes, hi.
That's a pretty good book, I must say.
It's very informative for dealing with specifically today's issues.
Certain mindsets are really...
The fact that we have great book, and I need to sleep soon though. Yeah, I'll stop at the end of the next section because it is getting close to midnight. Gosh, maybe do we go until 1? How long do you guys want to go for? Because I'm okay to keep going. I really want to read this to you guys. But if a lot of you need to head to bed soon, I don't want you guys to miss out either. Between the music and your reading, it's been nice backdrop for working on technical stuff. Well, thank you. I strive for being good background noise. I might try and get my hands on a physical copy of this at some point. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
It's a lot of information. My brain is overwhelmed. I'm sorry. I will try and next time I am on stream, I will try and come up with a Kahoot quiz that goes over a lot of the points that are made in this book. So not only do you get to interact with me and do a fun little quiz, but you get to go over the information, and it'll help you remember it even better.
Church in the morning, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we probably should end early. Because
yeah, a lot of people have to go to church in the morning.
We should end early on that.
So I will finish up this section, and then I will let you all get to bed, and make sure you all can get to church in the morning at a reasonable time. Does that sound good to everyone? Yeah, we'll pick up next time on Monday. So I will take Sunday off because we're supposed to rest. And and I will meet you back on Monday to not only go over what we read before, but also to read some more and cover even more. Yes, you have to study for the test. There will be a pop quiz. Okay.
Let's finish.
Let's finish this off, shall we? Let's see. 4th.
This Monday.
The Bible. 4th, the Bible commands Christians to question religious beliefs. Since Christians have a religious belief that they ought to question religious beliefs, then pluralists, according to their own standards, should accept this Christian belief as well. Of course, they do not. Ironically, pluralists advocate for the new tolerance are not really tolerant at all. They only tolerate those who already agree with them, which by anyone's definition is not tolerance. 5th, the pluralists claim that we ought not to question religious beliefs is derivative of the false cultural prohibition against making judgments. The prohibition against judging is false because it fails to meet its own standard. You ought not to judge itself is a judgment. Pluralists misinterpret Jesus' command on judging. Jesus did not prohibit judging as such, only judging hypocritically. Indeed, everyone, the pluralists, the Christian, the atheist, the agnostic, make judgments. So the issue isn't whether or not we make judgments, but whether or not we make right judgments. Finally, are pluralists ready to accept as true the religious beliefs of Muslim terrorists? Especially when those beliefs say that all non-Muslims, including pluralists, should be killed? Are they ready to accept as true the religious beliefs of those who believe in child sacrifice or other heinous acts? We hope not. While we should respect the rights of others to believe what they want, we are foolish and maybe even unloving to tactically accept every religious belief as true. Why is this unloving? Because if Christianity is true, then it would be unloving to suggest to anyone their opposing religious beliefs are true as well. Affirming such error might keep them on the road to damnation. Instead, if Christianity is true, we ought to kindly tell them the truth, because only the truth can set them free. Once I was blind, now I see. What does the vast plurality of religious beliefs tell us about the truth in religion? At first glance, it might appear the existence of so many contradictory beliefs just reinforces the elephant parable we mentioned in the introduction, namely that truth in religion cannot be known. but exactly the opposite is the case. To refresh your memory in this parable, an elephant is being examined by 6 blind men. Each man feels a different part of the elephant and thus reaches a different conclusion about the object in front of him. One grabs a tusk and says, "This is a spear." Another holds the trunk and says, "This is a snake." The one hugging the leg claims, "This is a tree." The blind man holding the tail thinks, "I have a rope." And the one feeling the ear believes, "This is a fan." And the one leaning on the elephant's side is certain, "This is a wall." These blind men are said to represent the world religions, because each of them have come to a different conclusion about what they are sensing. Like each blind man, we are told no one religion has the truth. Religious truth is relative to the individual. It is subjective, not objective. This may seem persuasive until you ask yourself one question. What's the perspective of the one telling the parable? Let's see. The one telling the parable, he appears to have an objective perspective of the entire proceeding because he can see that the blind men are mistaken. Exactly. In fact, he wouldn't know. He wouldn't know that the blind men were wrong unless he had an objective perspective of what was right. So if the person telling the parable can have an objective perspective, why can't the blind men? They could. If the blind men suddenly could see, they too would realize that they were originally mistaken. That's really an elephant in front of them, not a wall, fan, or rope. We too can see the truth in religion. Unfortunately, many of us who deny there's truth in religion are actually blind, but only willfully blind. We may not want to admit that there's a truth in religion because that truth will convict us. But if we open our eyes and stop hiding behind the self-defeating nonsense that truth cannot be known, then we'll be able to see the truth as well. And not just the truth in the areas we demand it. Money, relationship, health, law, etc. But truth in religion as well. And the blind man healed by Jesus said, "Once I was blind, but now I see." The skeptic may ask, wait a minute, the elephant parable may be a bad parable, but it doesn't prove that truth in religion can be known. You've proven that truth can be known, but not necessarily the truth in religion. In fact, didn't David Hume and Immanuel Kant disprove the idea of truth in religion? Not at all. And we'll discuss why in the next chapter. Summary. Despite the relativism that emanates from our culture, truth is absolute, exclusive, and knowable. To deny absolute truth and its knowability is self-defeating. The Roadrunner tactic turns a statement on itself and helps expose that self-defeating and thus false statement that are so common today. These include statements such as, "There is no truth." Is that true? All truth is relative. Is that a relative truth? And you can't know truth. Then how do you know that? Basically, any statement that is unaffirmable because it contradicts itself must be false. Relativists are defeating by their own logic. Truth is not dependent on our feelings or preferences. Something is true whether we like it or not. Contrary to popular opinion, major world religions do not all teach the same things. They have essential differences and only superficial agreements. All religions cannot be true because they teach opposites. Since logically, all religions cannot be true, we cannot subscribe to the new definition of tolerance that demands that we accept the impossible idea that all religious beliefs are true. We are to respect the beliefs of others, but lovingly tell them the truth. After all, if you truly love and respect people, you will tactfully tell them the truth about information that they may have that may have eternal consequences. All right. And that is the end of chapter 1. What do you guys think? Did you learn something? We can switch over to the just chatting screen now.
On it.
On it. Desmo is the best. Everyone say thank you, Desmo, for your service. Yes. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I enjoyed reading it to you guys. I did stutter a good bit. Words are sometimes hard. But makes it a lot easier to explain. Yeah, it's one thing to know something, but it's another thing to have it laid out to you in a way that is easily digestible and gives you a way to clearly define it to other people.
Being able to condense trickier topics into simpler terms is difficult in and of itself, and it takes someone who thoroughly understands such things to be able to do so.
Yeah.
And also being very generally a good speaker as well, to some degree, or at least, very least, good with words.
Absolutely. But I'm so glad you guys liked it. You guys study for the quiz, okay? All of the VODs will be posted on YouTube. We're gonna try and get them up on Twitch as well, if we can. But yeah, make sure to study, because there is a quiz. And there is a leaderboard. My brain cell grew one more brain cell. I'm so proud of you. You all are doing great. We're gonna turn you all into great apologetic scholars. I'll rewatch it. Yeah, good idea. I'm awful as quizzes. It's okay. It's more of a game than a quiz. But the Kahoot music goes so hard. Can you share the background music, please? I actually got it off of Etsy. I am not allowed to share it because I bought and paid for it.
But you could link the person.
I could potentially post the link to the listing. But I cannot post it by itself. I apologize. I thought you were joking about the quiz. Lol, I have to study up. Yeah, there will be a leaderboard. You can put your name on it. Like, there will be a top 3. You want to be my top student, don't you? Honestly, if it gets cheap, I'll get it. That's fine.
Yeah.
What are we getting?
The music, the background music.
Oh, the music? I think it was... I think this one was like $14?
Yeah.
USD? I know I'm not winning. Don't say that. Have hope. We are hopium addicts in this house, chat. I will not be seeing any of you being doomers in my chat. We shall have hopium in this household.
Well,
we should never lose hope with Christ on our side.
at the very least, it's Kahoot, so like have fun with it.
Yeah, it's Kahoot. You don't need to take it seriously. Even if you get everything wrong, it's still fun to just play. I'm sure you all will do amazing. And there is study material for you. You can go back and review anytime you want.
Yeah.
How about Gloomer? No. We are bloomers. We are coming into fruition. There will be no dooming. There will be no glooming. Only blooming in our love and faith for Christ.
Full of hopium.
Full of hopium. I am a hopium addict, and I will get you addicted too. Gosh darn it. Loving what you're doing. Thank you, God bless. Thank you for the bits. You guys are so awesome. Big gold net. Yes! My general black pill review might be a bit uncouth for here. I'm kind of curious what it is now, though. Uncouth as it may be, I'm curious. Let me have it. I'm a baby bloomer, aren't we all? You guys are awesome. I genuinely love talking with you so much and being able to be a good influence for you guys. I am genuinely so blessed to be able... The black pill is a suppository. You know what? That's true. So true. Putting the me in boomer.
Yeah.
That's funny. But yeah, I am genuinely so blessed that I get to play this part in your lives. Even if you don't watch me forever, I hope that I can grow seeds in your life that blossom into something that not only blesses you, but blesses the people around you and the people that you care about. I really hope that God uses me in such a way that you get such value out of this. Yeah, sub and follower goal is glitched. I have no idea what happened. It may be because we just got affiliate today. It may not be updated. But we will see about getting that fixed next time. But thank you guys so much for watching. I genuinely love you guys. You are so awesome. I can't believe that we got so many subs today. We got a level 4 hype train. Nearly first bang this stream. I wasn't even on stream yet. And you guys got me to a hype train. I didn't even have to tell you that that I had gotten affiliate, and you guys just found it and immediately just started like blessing after blessing after blessing. Oh, yeah, of course we can pray. Yeah, I know. I heard you. Oh, Jade! Hi, Jade! We're just about to raid out to somebody else and pray our way out. But we did finish our book. At least the chapters we planned on finishing. But yeah, say any prayer requests you have now. And I'd be happy to. I'm really not that good at prayer, but I do need the practice.
Yeah, welcome in, Jake.
I don't know why, but this music is giving me Fantasy Star Online vibes.
You know, yeah, others.
I've never. What is that? Is that a
Fantasy Star Online is a Japanese MMO kind of. It was really popular on GameCube, actually.
Really?
Fantasy Star Online.
I didn't know the GameCube could go online.
To
be honest.
If you had the stuff for it. It was really good.
I see. But hello, welcome in, raiders. Thank you, Jay, for raiding on me. I hope you had a good stream. What were you doing? That is what someone said earlier. Yesterday, my internet crapped out as soon as I was ready to stream. I think I'm one away from affiliate. I'm between jobs so I can use the money, of course. Yeah. Lord, I pray that you bless Sweet Roll with good internet. Convict their service provider. Yeah, and the job. I pray that that whatever they decide to do, that it is fruitful for them, and they are taken care of by you, like you take care of the birds of the skies. I pray that you put it in their heart, and then you will take care of them no matter the situation, and you will give them what they need in any situation. It may not exactly be what they want, but you will never leave them out to dry. I haven't uninstalled Twitter and my browser's off my phone to not focus on it throughout the day and try to be a light to others on desktop. I want to fully submit to God and my selfish desires and not to be wrapped up in things of the world. Yeah, I've gone through a thing myself that a large part of why I rebranded to this is because I wanted to change my attitude online. I noticed I was getting to be mean to people online and my heart posture just wasn't right. I was falling for the rage bait. I was putting people down instead of lifting them up and showing them the light of Christ. So I very much understand your plight with that one. And I just pray to the Lord that you can go through that heart posture change that a lot of us need, and that he helps you with the changes that he has in his will for you. But I really hope that you are led very I'm quite tired and I'm not good with words. I apologize. Very efficiently into the will that he has for you, and then you can go about being that light in the world to others sooner rather than later. Well, I still have Twitter on desktop, so don't worry. You can still like all my posts and and get all my notifications for streams. But yes, I understand how difficult it can be in the light of, you know, how this world operates, specifically online. It's hard not to get caught up in your feelings and just, you know, bending the knee to outrage and you know, anger. And comment on them too. Yes, I love seeing your comments. Hurry, because I would like to get a girlfriend. I pray that you get the girl that you want, the girl of your dreams.
Everybody gets the girl he needs, because, you know, sometimes the girl you want, you know, sometimes you have these ideas in your head, but
yeah,
you know.
Like, I mean, Desmo was fooled by me. He is somehow still with me. I don't know what's going on with him.
She's a silly goose. She is indeed a silly goose. But
I am a pretty silly goose. But yes, I pray that God blesses you with a woman who will treat you right and be your other half that helps you. I am married. My husband is right here. He's down in that corner. Say hello to Desmo, my husband.
Bear Bro is down here in the corner.
But we do have an ad incoming.
We can snooze that, honestly.
Yeah, let's snooze it.
Snooze that for 5 minutes.
Yeah. We'll rate out to somebody. I see that a Miss Leaflet is online. I'd say that we go in and bless her. I have not come up with a raid message. Oh, hi, Solus! Where we were just about to raid Leaflet. I'm sorry to have to redirect you so soon.
Hello, my
I don't have a raid message for you guys yet. I have a single idea, but I don't think it's appropriate, to be honest with you. So, my idea that popped into my head was, since my followers are my flock, My brain instantly went to.
No. No.
Do I say it?
No. No.
Husband says
It's
no. I
funny,
can't tell
but
you.
when you it's no. Okay. Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
I thought of get flocked. I don't think that would be very appropriate, but it would be pretty funny. Well, now I'm in suspense. Leaflet wouldn't mind. That's very
I
true.
wonder if I can set that.
I was thinking the
real
same
quickly.
thing, Jade. You guys are funny. Is that what we want to go with? But let's give Leaflet a raid before she raids out to somebody else.
I'll have to look that up.
Leaflet worried me when she's about prayer in one of her videos. I agreed with the take, but her take on prayer was really bad. Some people have opinions that we don't agree with, and I would say as long as they are not an issue on salvation, a lot of the time we can agree to disagree on things of theology. I don't know what you're referring to on her opinion about prayer. I haven't heard what she actually had to say, but I think that she still has some valuable insights. I have issues with, some of her language and the way that she presents herself sometimes, but overall I think that she has a lot of valuable perspectives, and she's a very good VTuber. Obviously with the crowd that she pulls and the people that want to listen to her. Yes. A raid train. We're starting a raid train.
Raid train.
We're flocking woolly glad to raid you. Thank you, James.
Going for a ride.
No one
on
is
the raid
perfect.
train.
She is a relatively safe space to go to. Yeah, that's true, Ginger. Also, hello, Mr. Ginger. She said when it came to about where the place you used to live becomes bad, and said, what are you gonna do, pray? From what I know, Leaflet is a relatively new Christian.
Is she one?
A lot of the times, coming from a person who is a relatively new Christian myself, it's hard to give up on those old habits of saying those kinds of things. You guys would have been disgusted with some of the things that I've said before. And I think it's really good to be a good influence on those kinds of people, and not immediately, throw the baby out with bathwater, and be there to gently correct them and be a good influence, be the light of the world, that they can see you and be like, hey, you're doing a good thing. I can see that you have it together, and you're nice to me. I feel comfortable taking this kind of advice from you. I think it would be good to rate her. Give her my love.
Alright.
Yeah, let's show Leaflet the light. Yay, you can type and I'm immediately sending you off. I apologize. But yes, thank you all for joining. I love you guys, and I will see you next Monday.
We're going.
Yes, let's go, guys. Let's show her. Let's go, everyone. But God bless you, everyone. Have an amazing night.